on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is April 5th, not the 6th. It's April 5th. It happens to be Easter. I hope everyone's enjoying that. And it's currently 2:32 p.m., so we're right on time, and I'm happy to be here with you. This is our 9th year doing this, season 8, episode 16, as I recall. So I am enjoying this. I'm having a great time talking with everyone here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Well, I know a lot of people are a little surprised because tomorrow is April 6th, and that is my birthday. And on my birthday, I celebrate you. I come on for 12 hours and I speak with you about everything and anything that you guys want to talk about. But that's different than the normal live stream. That's what we're doing right now. That doesn't change. So during the holidays, today happened being Easter, on holidays, on whatever it may be, I do this every week because I enjoy speaking with you about the issues that matter to us all. And we're talking about things like what's been happening over in the U.S.-Iran conflict, talking about what's happening with our Supreme Court, what's happening with our justice system and the Attorney General, talking about what's happening in New York, and several corruption cases in California and around the country. There's a lot that is happening in the world, and I'm not going to hold off talking about that with you guys just because I'm going to have a birthday. So with that said, we're going to jump right into it. It's not going to be that long a show. I mean, I've got to prepare. I've got 12 hours tomorrow to deal with. So, but I know some people are surprised, but no, I'm doing today as well. Although it'd probably be a shorter program, probably about 4 hours, somewhere around 3 to 4 hours. That being said, let me talk about this. So there's a lot that's happening right now in the world. And of course, the U.S.-Iran conflict is probably the most important thing, the biggest thing. Oh, actually, before I go further, I should mention to everyone that, yes, your voice is absolutely wanted and important. You can reach out on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on a couple of different platforms to leave us comments about whatever you think. Whether you agree, disagree, think I should be talking about something else, let me know. Any breaking news, I'll be happy to speak with you about that. Just let me know, and we'll put that up on the screen. We'll talk. And just like tomorrow, Any money we raise today will be donated to the Jericho Project as part of the donations for tomorrow. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later in the program. But that being said, I want to talk about, obviously, the U.S.-Iran conflict. It is a massive and important issue that is affecting the world right now. It's part of what I believed was going to happen was a 3 regional war scenario, 3 simultaneous regional wars happening. And I thought under the Biden administration, if they had gotten a second term, we would be faced with that in the world today. Instead, we have Donald Trump, and we see that while the European problem, that's Ukraine versus Russia, while that is somewhat stagnant, if not diminishing, and hopefully will end this year, we saw a flare-up in the Middle East, which is not that unusual, although who's involved is, that being the U.S. and, of course, Iran. And that is going to make a big difference. And I think with the United States being so prominent in the Middle East right now, with pressure being put on Russia, and they are inching closer to a ceasefire and perhaps a peace deal of some form in Europe, I think the actions of the Trump administration have diminished the likelihood of China going into Taiwan and creating a Southeast Asia regional war. I think that has been diminished. If nothing else, it has been pushed off until maybe 2030. We'll see. Something along those lines. But I'll explain that more 2032, I should be more accurate. But we'll talk more about that probably tomorrow. But it is something that's ongoing right now. Before I actually get there, I do see we have the first comment today, and that is coming from Kaiwan Calendar. And Kaiwan says, how much do you think this one Iran thing is going to affect the midterms? And what do you think about the young men in the conservative movement? They don't understand. Okay. So thank you for your comment. And tomorrow will be even better because I can spend even more time talking about all of these issues. But to generally address the concern that you have right there, but in fact, let me just move this. Okay. To better explain this, do I think the conflict in Iran, will it have a major impact on the midterms? Yes, in a way. Let me be very clear. The impact is if we see that the Iran conflict is extended beyond August, if it's lasting more than 6 months, which is my expectation, 3 to 6 months is the total conflict. If it is extended beyond 6 months, beyond August, then it will have a negative impact for Republicans across the country, as you're going to see Democrats and independents take out their frustration against Donald Trump. This is especially true if in that time frame we see more than 1,000 American soldiers, whether it be Marines, Navy, Air Force, whomever. If we reach a total of 1,000 or more, that is like a threshold number. And under the current political climate, you will see a lot of backlash against this conflict, which is not a war, but that's another question altogether. But this conflict, if it's going on beyond August, it's cost over 1,000 American soldiers' lives. I think you will see that the general public will be very against this, and they will take it out on Republicans. If that doesn't happen, if within the next couple months before August, if we see this conflict end, if there are less than 1,000 American service members that have died in the conflict, then you will see this as a net positive for the Republicans and for MAGA conservatives, Donald Trump. You'll see this as a net positive overall because we will have eliminated one of the key threats to America and global stability. The key sponsor of terror around the world will be removed or so severely incredibly diminished. And if that is the case, if the United States does not remove the Ayatollah, the mullahs, and the current theocratical fanatic regime in Iran, you will see that as America leaves, other Middle Eastern nations, including the Kurds, will step in. The United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, even again the Kurds coming from Syria, they will step in, and there will be civil war. There will be wars over Iran because it is so diminished in its power and so depleted in its resources. So the Middle East is going to change. It's a matter of does America lead that change in happening, or does it happen through further conflicts taking a couple of more years? It will happen. I think the end of Iran is all but confirmed at this point. It's just a matter of how long does it take the current regime to die off and wither away. And that's a question I can't answer. As for young men and whether they're conservative or Republican, I think your question's in reference to should they join the military? Should there be a draft? Should we have troops on the ground? Again, tomorrow during the birthday live stream, I will have more time. I'll be on for 12 hours. I can go into greater depth about this, but to answer it quickly, yes, I believe in a draft. I do believe that military service should be mandatory, just like it is for most NATO nations. The majority of them do have mandatory military service of at least 2 years. I think the United States should have that as well. And to be fair, if women want to be frontline fighters, then they get to be in the draft as well, and they get mandatory service as well. So you don't get to pick and choose. It's if women want to be on the front lines fighting like men do, then they get trained like men are at the same standards, no reduction in standards. They have to meet the same standards as any other man. They have the same risk as any other man. That means in terms of a draft, that means in terms of mandatory service. They are treated exactly the same as the men are. There isn't a second tier to our military. There's only one standard. Everyone meets it. Anyone who doesn't get to be in the military, period, full stop. So, and do I think if I were 18 again, would I join the Marines? Yes, I would. Just like I joined the Marines when I was 18 and I joined the Marines getting out of high school, and I was expecting that we were going to go into a war. And we did. Now, this is back in 1986. And we did get into a couple of conflicts very shortly thereafter. And I thought there would be a draft. But I saw that serving my country and being a Marine was something worthwhile and beneficial to the nation and to myself. And I said, yes, I hold that same opinion today. So whether you're conservative, liberal, whatever you may believe, because your personal political beliefs, your affiliations mean nothing. If you join the military, you're no longer a Democrat, you're no longer a Republican, you're no longer an individual. You are part of the service. You are a member of the military. Your personal feelings no longer exist, nor do they matter. Your personal preferences no longer matter. And that's something that people need to understand very clearly. So whether you're going in because you think it's the right thing to do, or you're trying to save your life, or whatever your reason, if you volunteer, understand that it's not this warm, fuzzy message that you heard under the Biden administration and under Obama administration, that this is a way to get an education, that you'll just go in, spend 4 years, and you'll get a bunch of money to go to college. That's not a reason to join the military. It's not. Risk or reward, it's not worth it. But to serve our nation and to fulfill your role as a member of our nation, that is. And again, I can get into more detail on that tomorrow during the birthday live stream if you want. If someone wants to bring up, what do you think about mandatory military service and the draft, and why is it good or bad, and reflect on when I joined and why I joined, and what happened as a consequence of that. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So thank you, Kawan, for giving me your question there. But I was going to talk about what's happening in Iran right now, which is kind of related to what you were saying. And I'm going to start off with the fact that Donald Trump has made an announcement. He said that he is going to give Iran a 48-hour window. That would be the end of Monday night. So 9 p.m. Monday night, 1 hour after my live stream ends, or is proposed to end, Donald Trump says that he's going to either have a definitive answer from Iran about opening up the Strait of Hormuz, or the United States will blow up the bridges and much of the infrastructure of Iran. And Iran can't really do much about that. I mean, yes, they've knocked down about 13 of our planes and drones. Okay. Considering the amount of flights that we've had, bombing runs, the number of planes we've had have had and continue to have in the airspace of Iran, the fact that only 13 have been knocked down is actually statistically non-existent. It's not a real number. Considering the volume of what we have available, the fact that they could, I mean, it's to be expected. You fly enough planes, you have enough helicopters in the air. Yeah, a guy with a rocket launcher is eventually going to be able to knock one of them down just because of the sheer numbers, law of averages. But it doesn't mean that the United States is somehow losing, or that Iran's Air Force has suddenly spawned a whole bunch of new planes and vehicles to defend itself with. That hasn't happened. That doesn't exist. It's not real. So there is that. Donald Trump has said we need a real answer. The Strait of Hormuz must be opened up. And I agree with this. And I think this is important because, yes, it affects prices in the United States. It's inflationary. We have a temporary increase in our inflation from about 3% to, it's estimated, about 3.84% because of this conflict. We've gained an extra point of inflation. We're seeing that specifically gas prices have gone up. We're currently at this moment at about $4.11 a gallon throughout the nation, except for California. California, it's about $6, but that's because it's California, and California has stupid rules. But separate of California, which is the outlier, but looking at the majority of the United States, we're somewhere around $4.11 plus minus. I think New York State's at about $4.25. If you're in Kansas, you're looking at about $4.05. So there is a little bit of differences in that, but in that range. And that is, of course, because of the blockade at the Strait of Hormuz. That blockade is not infinite. It will not last forever. It's going to go away one way or another, whether it's the United States going in and clearing out the entire thing, or Iran stepping down its actions. One way or another, this is not going to be allowed to continue. We already know that there are many nations that are within 45 days of, or at least 45 to 30 days of running out of oil. The need in the world is continuing, regardless of what's happening between the United States and Iran. The world need of this oil continues. And renewable energy is not a realistic answer. Even as nations have built up, and we're talking about France, Germany, England, many nations around the world have built up their renewable energies, their solar, their wind, their tide, and it isn't enough. It doesn't work. It's not efficient. There is no greater example that the renewable energy farce is a failure than the fact that right now, with 20% of the oil in the world being bottlenecked, renewable energy is not making up the difference and cannot. It is not, and it cannot, nor could it ever have. So that was always a dream in seek of a solution, and it never happened. I know some eco fanatics out there are going to be upset, but that's the reality. So the reality is we need this oil. And as we go further down the road, it becomes more of a necessity, especially amongst first world nations. Far more than third world nations. First world nations need the oil because of technology, because of our quality of life. Our entire systems of life are built around having and maintaining a certain level of electricity and energy that we cannot afford to not continue to have. So this is not something that is going to last forever. And while Donald Trump, some people want to say, oh, well, Donald Trump, he's constantly making these deadlines and pushing it off. The fact is, time is not on the side of Iran. This is every day this goes longer, the worse it is for Iran, not the United States. We have energy reserves. We have the ability, we have the control, effectively the control over Venezuela and its oil resources, as well as the untapped resources here in the United States. We have the reserves that, though diminished because of the Biden-Harris administration, still do exist. We can survive. The rest of the world, not as easily, not as much. They don't have the same ability to tap resources and avenues of new oil production that the United States does. So this is bad for Iran. The pressure, which already all of the first, second world nations around the world, everyone hates Iran. And that's not a new thing. No one trusts them because they are the leading sponsor of global terror in the world and have been for 47 years. They've killed people in every country, every ideology across the face of the earth. They have no friends. They have no allies. They do have people who work on the same side. They do have a faction, which is China and Russia. Of course, Russia being on the outs with much of the world already because of the Ukraine war. And you have China, which is trying to navigate a advantageous neutral approach to everything, a long-term influencing towards communism. That's what China's looking for. They don't want to be aggressively and upfront in anyone's targets at this time. They're not coming to support Iran. They've made that very clear. They're doing, China, as we will talk about later, is doing everything through Pakistan. They're not putting their name on anything. They're using their go-betweens to try and help Iran indirectly. So I think the longer this goes, and if this were to go into late April, early May, you will see the first world. You'll see the EU, England, most of the nations in the world will jump together and create a coalition, whether the United States is involved or not, and they will force Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. They will put their own troops on the ground because they have no choice. They have no choice. They will need to do that just to maintain the quality of life. Otherwise, they will have riots in London. There will be riots in Berlin. There will be riots in Paris, as well as throughout the rest of the world. So they don't have a choice on this. They can try and wait and try and blame everything on America and let America do it for them, or they will be forced to do it for the rest of the world because they have to. And I think that's the position that Donald Trump is stepping at this from. I think Iran is thinking that the rest of the world will cut a deal rather than try to work with the Trump administration, that they would rather, places like France, obviously, is more likely to just cut a deal, pay a bunch of money, ransom money, to Iran to get their tankers out and get oil shipped to them. But that's because Emmanuel Macron, the French government, has no backbone. And they can't win anything. They can't win a fight. So they will bend over backwards for anyone who shows any strength whatsoever, while they'll curse at them, under their breath, but they will fold and they would pay anything to Iran just to get their tankers through. The rest of the world isn't as malleable. They have more of a backbone than what we see out of England, and they have different relationships. So I think that's very important. I think that Iran, they realize that their last gasp at strength and the one final thing that's holding them together realistically is the Strait of Hormuz. The moment they lose control of that, they lose every pretense of power in the world. They have no more power. They have no army, no air force. Well, they have an army. They have no air force. They have no navy. Drones are impactful only as long as you can keep making more drones. And Iran has lost much of the capability of being able to replace their drones. They are very good. They're good drones for fighting, but they get blown out the sky a lot. I mean, the good thing about a drone is it's easy to make and easy to put out in mass production, but they get blown up in mass as well. That's why you need so many of them, because they're going to be picked off. You don't care because it's not manned by human beings. And so if you send out 10 drones and only one achieves the mission and 9 get blown up before the mission, you don't care. You get to hit your target and you just lost some metal, some circuitry. But if you can't replace those numbers and you have a stockpile of 1,000 and you're losing 10 every time you put out a mission, those numbers dwindle very quickly. And I think that's what Trump is looking at. Iran is running out of the resources to continue to fight. And perhaps they may be running out of that quickly. And the pressure against Iran, whether people love or hate Donald Trump, doesn't matter. The pressure is building, and therefore that momentum is on the side of the United States. And that means that Iran will lose this. It's a question of how. How long and how does the strait get opened up? Is it by the choice of Iran or is it by the choice of the world? If it's the choice of the world, Iran loses massive political power and loses real world resources and the capability of maintaining their government as it exists right now. If it's done, that's if we're taking it away, if the world takes it away. If it's done by Iran, it gives them leverage to try and save the Ayatollah, the mullahs, and the current fanatical terrorist theology that runs that country. Not everyone will agree with that, but that's how I see that. And I'm giving you a short version of this. I hope it makes sense. But the fact that, and given that, Donald Trump blowing up the bridges and the infrastructure adds to the instability within Iran. We have been hoping for some time now, the United States has been hoping that the people of Iran would step up, that they would decide to try and overthrow the Ayatollah and create a new government. And the United States doesn't really care what government they pick. As long as it's not a fanatical terrorist regime, we don't really care. We don't care who's in charge. But we will help maintain some of the stability. We will reap some of the benefits from that, but we want regime change. Fair enough. By destroying the bridges and some of the infrastructure, that increases the amount of public unrest in Iran. It helps to motivate the people to get rid of their government, which is the source of this conflict. And I think, I know for a fact, Trump will do this. There's a lot of people going, oh, well, Trump isn't serious. That's what they said about Trump even starting the fight. They've said this about President Trump in terms of Venezuela, in terms of cutting off Cuba, in terms of actually striking against Iran. Back last year in 2025, they didn't think we would drop the bunker busters to take out the weapons facilities, the nuclear weapon facilities. Donald Trump is willing to do what he says. We have seen this. We are living through the fact that he will do what he has said he will do. To doubt him is stupid. It's just stupid to think he won't go forward. He will. When he says he's trying to negotiate to find another way, trust and believe he's asking to negotiate because he will use force, because he is using force as we speak. So doubt him at your own peril. And I think Iran knows that. And they know the more that the quality of life in Iran is disrupted, and at the moment, it mostly has not been. We have not struck against civilians. I know the left would love you to believe that. We really haven't. We haven't targeted civilians. Iran has, and terrorist organizations like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, they attack civilians. The United States doesn't attack civilians. Not to say that there isn't any collateral damage. There is, but that's not our target. That isn't our purpose. That is something that happens in war, but it's not intentional. From Iran, it is absolutely intentional. So we have not disrupted the quality of life overall for the overwhelming 80, 90% of Iranians don't feel the impact of this war directly on them. We haven't blown up their power stations. We haven't taken out their, as much as the left would love to say, we're taking out hospitals and we're taking out schools. We're not. We have not done that. And the Iranian people have not suffered that. Not like not like what could be happening on Tuesday. And I think that Trump will be tested. Now, he has already delayed this because we are currently in negotiations with Iran. That's negotiations that are being handled through Pakistan, which, whenever I say Pakistan in this context, that means China. China is trying to facilitate negotiations between Iran and the United States. That's not going forward very quickly, and I don't think it's going forward very well. The United States doesn't trust China. We don't trust their ambitions in this. And we know that China is a supporter of Iran indirectly, has been since the last 5 years. So we don't trust them implicitly, and we don't trust Iran explicitly. So this has been delayed, and that has been having impact. So I do believe that on Tuesday, there will be bridges, critical infrastructure, industrial bridges, not civilian bridges, industrial bridges will be taken out. And we've made the warning now. There will be another warning coming on Monday, probably late Monday afternoon, if we have not received the response from Iran, that will be warning people which specific bridges we're going to take out. We're going to be very detailed about this. And I think some of the power stations that will be taken out will be connected directly to the industrial military complex of Iran, of their weapons manufacturing, their military industry. Any power plant that would feed directly into that will be affected. Now, Iran, on their part, knowing that they are terrorists, they have their infrastructure has been built with the concept of human shield. And many of their power structures that would feed the military industrial complex are also directly tied to some of their hospitals, their schools, their medical facilities. That is a secondary side effect. The United States will not be swayed from taking out the military targets, even though they have been attached, those military targets are attached to soft civilian targets in hopes of protecting them from any retribution. I don't think that will fly anymore. And I do believe that Donald Trump will strike some of the power plants for the industrial sector, and you will see industrial bridges being taken out on Tuesday morning, and by late Tuesday evening, you will see that Iran will make some overture to get a ceasefire so that there can be some talks. And you'll see that Donald Trump will pull back at that point. That is what I expect to see. That is the message that has come out. Some people are like, oh my God, but Donald Trump was cursing. He's pissed off. He's upset. This has been something that has been boiling internationally, boiling under the surface for decades. I don't care. I don't care that the president of the United States curses at our enemy that we are actively fighting somewhere in the world. I don't care. You don't having perfect civility with a nation you are fighting isn't necessary. That's not diplomacy. That's not the requirement of diplomacy. It's actually pretty understandable. That's just human nature. I don't care about that. But it's another way for people to point at Donald Trump and say, see, he's out of control. He's not. He has no plan. That's not true either. We wouldn't be in this situation if Donald Trump didn't have a plan. Look at what he has done strategically around the world in the first year that led to where we are now. He didn't just jump out of bed and said, hey, let's just send the fleet over and invade Iran. That isn't what happened. As much as the left would like to make people believe that Donald Trump just woke up one morning and said, let's just go and attack Iran, that isn't what happened. If we actually look at what's been happening, there have been strategic actions leading up to this moment, like taking over Venezuela, taking Maduro out, making the agreements so that we can instantly start rebuilding the oil and gas recovery and industry in Venezuela to offset Iran in the Middle East. This was done ahead of time in prep. So, no, it's not something random. But I know we have a couple of comments here. Let me take a look at some of the comments that came in. And I see we have comments from user has been banned. User starts off with, I wonder what the central banks will do to the nations not on board. Iran's also lucky someone like me isn't in control. They would have called America a terror state, projecting like a leftist. And he goes on to say, I would give them what they asked for in the form of a dirty nuclear war. Okay, so addressing your first part, and thank you, user, for your comment as well. Central banks right now are trying to predict how much inflation will there be and how quickly can that inflation be mitigated amongst the rest of the world. So they're not sure what to do right now. But everyone accepts that this is a short-term war. We're not going to have war for the next 10 years in Iran. It isn't feasible. It isn't realistic. That's the first thing. There's too much oil being disrupted around the world. Too much energy is being disrupted around the world. Too many nations cannot exist, cannot continue to exist with the conflict as it is. It is going to be, by definition, must be a short-term war. When I say short-term, I'm talking about 1 year or less. I personally believe it's 6 months. So this conflict will be over relatively quickly because the world needs it to. For those nations that are relatively self-sustaining in terms of energy, they have to deal with inflation from everywhere else in the world. And everyone else in the world is worried about the energy they need to maintain the quality of life. And when I say that, I know a lot of people are thinking, well, playing Nintendo, being on an iPhone. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about planting crops, having enough gasoline or electricity to be able to use your farming equipment to plant seeds, till the land and plant seeds for your food crops, to be able to feed your people, to process food in your country, to be able to ship that food from the farms or other plants and to distribute it throughout your country. These are essential things that require electricity. They require energy that comes from predominantly from oil. The world's going to react to that. It's just a matter of time. This can't be a protracted war. Cannot. And anyone who tells you, well, it's going to be the next 20 years, you're not taking that into account. You're not thinking about how this is affecting the rest of the world, either in terms of directly economically or indirectly economically, and more importantly, quality of life of people being able to survive. It can't be a long-term war. It won't be. That's just a fact. So that, I think, answers your question about central banks. Again, they are trying to figure out how do we deal with the short-term spike in inflation, what sectors are going to be most affected. I think as we go forward, because we are in the spring, a lot of people are looking at agriculture. A lot of people, if you're thinking ahead, you really have to look at how is this changing the way farming is being done around the rest of the world. By mid to late April, a lot of nations have to start their planting of crops. And so if there are nations that are not hitting their target in terms of energy, what are those nations doing? I think that's very important and will be very strategic. And I think that's going to be important in terms of inflation. And for those who look at the stock market, that's probably where you want to start looking at. What's going on with agriculture? That will be very big late summer in August and in early into the fall. You're going to see that as a consequence of what's been happening now. A lot of people haven't thought of that yet. They should, because that's going to be really big. Third and fourth quarter is going to be how much food certain nations were able to grow. Let me go on. I'm not going to address the dirty nuclear bombs. That's a no. That's just not productive for anyone in the world. No nation wants to do that because it's too easy for every nation to lose. That's a chain of events nobody wants to see happen in the world. Let's see. User goes on to say, can't send people to fire missiles from places that get... Okay, yeah, I get that. You'd be surprised how many people would volunteer to get radiation sickness if it means that a war that their nation is in ends. Yes, they will fire missiles. People will volunteer. We're talking about a nation, Iran, that trains people to be suicide bombers. And you're saying they wouldn't use people to suicidally continue to fight? Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would. So, again, dirty bombs, nuclear radiation, not something that the world wants to see happen. Romania. User goes on to say that Romania is our best ally in Europe. I don't know. I would say Poland. Honestly, I think it's Poland. But Romania? Why would you say Romania? I haven't seen Romania do really anything. Poland is doing something. Poland has been doing something for the last 10 years. In particular, the last 5 to 7 years, they've been very active against the EU, against a lot of the mandates of the EU, and sticking up for the United States. So I would think Poland more than anything. I don't see Romania, but maybe you can explain why. Goes on to say they should show the movie Patton in schools. Well, there's a few things they should probably show in schools, but I don't believe military indoctrination is better than the indoctrination they get already. I'd rather kids just get taught reading comprehension, mathematics, and to be able to apply those skills into real world jobs, to be able to critically think. And then whether or not they want to see Patton or they want to see Hoosiers or any movie, that's separate. That's family making that decision. That's individuals making that decision. I'd rather see that being done individually, but not at a school. That's indoctrination. I don't agree with right-wing indoctrination any more than I do with left-wing. And when I say right-wing, I don't mean Nazis. I mean militarism. And you get that somewhat from the right in terms of communism, but still, any form of militarism, I don't think is any better than the indoctrination that we have going on now. People may disagree with me. Yes, the speech in the movie Patton is inspiring. I agree with you. It is very, and Patton, the things that Patton said and that he did, including that speech, very, very powerful. He was a very powerful leader, very inspirational leader. Absolutely, I agree. Users ban clarifies that Romania has the highest approval of America in Europe currently. That's nice. I still prefer the Polish. If you're asking me, Mike, who do you want backing you up in a fight, especially in Europe, but anywhere in the world, at this moment, I want Poland. Not the EU, not England. The Germany, first of all, the EU, specifically France, Germany, Italy, they have no troops. They're useless in a fight. Their technology is behind everyone. They really have no supplies, no resources. They have been dependent on America too much for too long. They are useless. So I don't want any of the EU troops because they're meaningless and useless. I don't want I don't want English troops either. There aren't enough of them. Do I think they're capable? Yes, for the most part. Not as well seasoned as many other militaries around the world, but they are competent. But there's not enough of them. And they're not dedicated enough, in my opinion. Again, I'm not saying that the Royal Marines aren't great fighters, the SAS, they're fantastic, but that's not the main core of the British military. And I don't think the main core of the British military is up to snuff. They're just not. So, if anything, I think Poland has been training for conflict for about a decade. They are prepared. They do have a stockpile. They have the resources, and they've been stockpiling that. They have prepared their people as much as they've prepared their economy for a conflict. I trust the Polish more than anyone. They're the ones that I would want, besides Israel, which is obviously fighting with us already. They're already involved in the conflict. They already have seasoned and trained troops. But Poland is the next country. I want Polish troops. They're the best probably in the world. That would align with the United States. Let me say it like that. The troops that would align with the United States, of the ones we have to choose from, I'm going to pick Poland. It damn sure isn't Canada. It's not Europe because they just don't exist. Let me go on. And next comment is, user has been banned, asks, when you were kids, you all admired the champion marble shooter, the fastest runner, the big league ball players, the toughest boxers. Americans love a winner and will not tolerate a loser. Well, not entirely correct. Maybe it's because I grew up in the Bronx. Maybe it's because I grew up between the 70s and 80s. That's not exactly correct. Yes, America loves an underdog. That's true. That's been consistent throughout American history in terms of all of our media, all of our stories, our folklore is based on the idea of an underdog, a common guy rising up to a challenge and overcoming that. True. We love that. And that guy, that underdog, we want to see that underdog win. True. But America, and we do enjoy our champions, people like Muhammad Ali, Jesse Owens in the Olympics, Reggie Jackson. There's a lot of people we can think of throughout history that have been the best in the world. We admire, like any other nation, the best of the best. And we love it even more when the best of the best are Americans. Fantastic. But if anything, at least I can say when I was growing up with my brothers and sisters who were a little younger than me, when they were growing up, America's really soft spot was for the underdog, not the obvious hero. Okay. I mean, even when you're talking about people like, say, Jesse Owens, grew up poor, grew up disadvantaged, and became a figurehead, a leader, a political symbol against the Nazis. Muhammad Ali was someone who was, dealing with Jim Crow and rose up as Cassius Clay through the ranks, through his efforts, and became pretty much immortal in terms of the world, being he was the greatest, period. That's the definition of Muhammad Ali, the greatest. And he's an American. That was an underdog story. Not because he was the best always. It's because he was an underdog and rose up and became the best. And I think that's what America really, really loves. At least that's in my opinion. So, may disagree. That's okay. If you really want me to get into greater detail with that, tomorrow during the mainstream live stream, a birthday live stream, we'll be able to do that. Let me put a reminder out there for everyone that tomorrow, my birthday, starting at 8, going until 8 p.m., 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. at the minimum, we will be doing our live stream. And by the way, we're raising money for the Jericho Project. Matter of fact, let me put that on screen for you guys right now. So, April 6th, 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. will be my birthday marathon live stream. 50% of all the proceeds, and we already have some proceeds dedicated to this, but 50% of everything we are able to get will go to the Jericho Project. Our goal is to raise $1,000. Last year, we were able to get $250. I want to get to $1,000. So, again, last year, we raised over $250 between my donations and yours. We put it all together and gave a check. We paid live. And you guys may remember, it was in May. I came on, and during the live stream, I paid live in front of everyone and made our donation. Exactly what I promised you, the exact to the penny, and I will do it again. Whatever we are able to raise in April, once those funds clear, 50% of everything that is raised tomorrow at a minimum, we will be giving to the Jericho Project. That will probably be like the first or second week of May. And I will do that live so you can see me making that payment so you know exactly what I have done. Because we like to live by our word. I like to do what I say. And I will show it to you. Now, we have some good news here, because also in some breaking news today, talking about U.S. and Iran, there's the fact that we saved our pilots. We had F-35s go down. F-15s, F-35s were taken down. Again, that's not a surprise, considering the number of planes that we have in the Iranian airspace and have had for the last 35 days. That's a lot of planes. Basically, anybody standing on top of a tall building with a rocket launcher theoretically should be able to knock down a plane or two. And that's pretty much what's happened. But one of the planes that was knocked down was a U.S. Plane. It was an F-15E, which is one of the latest versions of the F-15 fighter, which has been around since the 80s. So it's been around. It's a model and a version that's been around for a long time. Iran was able to knock it down. No shock there. And the pilots jumped out. They were able to get out of the plane, and they were missing on Iranian soil. The Iranian Revolutionary and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, the very hyper-terrorist militant wing of the Iranian military, as well as Iran's military in general, they wanted to find those Americans. They were going to use them as hostages, just like we saw Hamas did with the 34, 22 Americans that they captured on October 7th of 2023. They were using those 22 American hostages as a shield to prevent America from just dropping a bunch of Marines and just basically making Gaza flat, just evaporating everything there. That's the goal of terrorists. They always look for that human shield. They look for that human being they can place up and say, you can't shoot, you can't defend, you can't attack because we have one of yours being used as a shield, and then they can attack you freely. Iran desperately wanted those pilots. They desperately wanted them so that they could use them as a tool of negotiation to try and get the United States to back down internationally. I don't think it would have worked. I think it would have been a greater conflict. In fact, I think that would have enraged more Americans and would have turned more Americans. I don't care about the rest of the world. It would have made more Americans pissed off, and it would have been beneficial to the United States in the long term to get those soldiers back, to not let what happened to Americans in Gaza under Hamas, the 17 Americans that were killed by Hamas. I know, because Columbia didn't want to talk about that. Harvard didn't, all the left-wing groups, they always ignored the fact that out of the 22 Americans that were taken hostage on October 7th of 2023, only 5 of them survived. There were 22 taken hostage. 17 were killed because of torture and sexual abuse and just murdered rather than being released. They didn't like to talk about that. And that is what Iran wants to do with any Americans they can capture now, is they will use them just like Hamas was taught to do. They will use those Americans as a shield, torture them every single day, sexually abuse them every single day until the war ends, and probably long after that. So that is a fear that America has at this moment, our military has at this moment. So it's very positive to know that these pilots were retrieved and rescued from Iranian soil and brought back home. So I'm happy about that. I feel great about that. Iran feels really bad about that. They lost the potential to have another asset to try and use against the Trump administration, against America, to give themselves a reprieve in this war. Too bad, Iran. And Iran's trying to spin it and saying, oh my God, well, America, they blew up every, if you're only listening to Iran, they've beaten everything. If you listen to Iranian news media and their propaganda, they've won everything. They've never lost a single battle, and America's running away. Meanwhile, they have no army, no navy, no navy, no air force. That's been eliminated. They have lost many of their bases, but yet they're saying that America is running away. So, I mean, it's just interesting to listen to the politics there. I got a comment here. No, I did get that one. Okay. Just want to make sure I got that. All right. I know a lot of people have been talking about Yemen as well. Now, the Houthis, which I mentioned previously, they are a factor, and they've been coming back into this. This is being reported by Al Jazeera, but no one else in America. At the time that I was trying to get all of the data together for the show today, there is no other American news media, and actually almost no credible international news media that were reporting on this. So I don't know if this is breaking news, if anyone's even heard about this. And I do not trust Al Jazeera. They are unreliable. They are the mouthpiece of terrorism. So anything that Al Jazeera says must be taken with a pound of salt. You must doubt much of what they say, because they are there to spin everything to make terrorism look good. And anything else look bad. And I have no faith in them. But Al Jazeera has been reporting, as have been some less reputable websites and news organizations, that the Houthis just dropped a cluster bomb on Israel at the Ben Gurion airport, which again goes to tell you how terrorism is involved in this. At every level of this fight with Iran, it's not only a fight with Iran, it's a fight with terrorism globally. And again, this is why I say this is such an important fight, because we are fighting global terror. And as long as Iran exists, the government of Iran exists in some form, there will be more global terror going forward, not less. The Houthis, which are absolutely dependent on Iran, they are puppets of Iran. The Houthis have taken about 5 different attacks. They've made 5 attacks since this conflict has started. And the most recent one is the use of a cluster bomb against a civilian airport. And I don't think enough people know that the Ben Gurion airport, it is the largest, and it was for some time the only international airport. Oops, I had it here. Hang on a second. The only international airport for Israel for a long time, until about 2019. The Ben Gurion International Airport was the only international airport for Israel. It is a civilian airport. So I want you to think about that. It is a civilian airport, and cluster bombs were being used by the Houthis, a terrorist organization, to attack that international civilian airport. That's terrorism. That is just straight terrorism. By the way, when you think about it, and again, I think it's important because even Al Jazeera admits that they were using cluster bombs, okay? Cluster missiles. Cluster munitions are considered illegal. Now, there are some countries that did not sign. 124 countries around the world have signed a ban on cluster bombs. The United States is not one of them, nor is England, nor is Iran. Fair enough. But the world understands that cluster bombs, and if you're wondering what a cluster bomb is, how do I explain this? Imagine a 500-pound bomb, but inside that big, huge bomb are 1,000 apple-sized smaller bombs, hand grenades. You can think of it like that. It's a bomb dropping 1,000 hand grenades, and they all spread out, and they're all shrapnel hand grenades, and they just fill an entire area and all explode. So that it's not the one big bomb dropping, taking out one big thing. It is meant to spread an entire area with a bunch of small bombs that will all explode. Literally, it's the difference between trying to hit a building and trying to kill the people. Cluster bombs are targets or were made to target human beings. They are anti-personnel weapons. This is something that is, the world agrees, very illegal. It's kind of like landmines. Almost no one in the world uses landmines, but they still exist because they're anti-personnel. They are only purpose. They're not really there to blow up tanks. I mean, yes, it can blow up a tank, but what it's really there for is to stop troops. That's what landmines are for, to demoralize and to disrupt foot soldiers from being able to be a foot soldier. Cluster bombs are meant to kill people, not buildings, not cars, not tanks. They're meant to kill people and therefore demoralize the public and to make them easier to capture or to kill. That's what cluster bombs are there for. And that's what the Houthis are using. According to Al Jazeera, they are using banned weapons that are anti-personnel, and they are using it against civilians. This is terrorism. They're attacking civilians in mass, knowing it's not as like they just blew up a plane or blew up a building. They are trying to get as many civilians, as many individual regular people as they can internationally with any one strike. That's the Houthis, who are trained by Iran, who obey and are the puppets of Iran. That's the war that's going on right now. And a lot of people aren't making that connection, aren't being told that these things are connected. The Houthis are directly connected to Iran. They were trained by Iran. They were armed by Iran through the funding from the Obama and the Biden administrations. Hundreds of millions of dollars, American dollars, were given by Obama and the Biden administration to the Houthis so that they could buy and build and fire cluster bombs, illegal, internationally illegal cluster bombs against civilians. This is the war we are fighting. When I say this is a war about global stability, this is the reason why. If you no longer have an Iran that is no longer giving $100 million a year to the Houthis, that are building drones and training the Houthi rebels, the Houthi terrorists, on tactics on how to fire these weapons and how to attack civilians, you would have less of cluster bombs being used at international airports against civilians. We should say this. This should be something on the nightly news. We should denounce this. Look, you can say, well, they could have used a missile and done the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. You use a regular 500-pound missile, you blow up a building. You blow up a tank. You use a 500-pound cluster bomb, and the building will still be there. The tank will still be there. The people won't be. There's a difference. Massive difference. I don't think that's expressed enough to the general public. I don't know if enough people really get to hear that and understand that. It is not the same at all. But I'm not surprised that the Houthis, who are terrorists, who believe in suicide bombing and blowing up children and women, that they are using cluster bombs on international airports, civilian airports. I'm not surprised by that. Which is probably why you're not hearing the mainstream news media talk about this. Why isn't this being talked about on CNN or the New York Times or the BBC and the Guardian? Al Jazeera is credible enough that if they're telling you that the Houthis are using a cluster bomb, they are. Now, if you're telling me how many people died because of that, how much damage was done because of that, that's an entirely different question. But I can tell you, it is credible enough to say that the Houthis did use a cluster bomb. How effective was it? Was it on target? Did it miss? Did it take out 500 people? Did it take out 5? That's a different question. I wouldn't trust Al Jazeera for that answer. But the fact that it exists, that this attack happened, that is credible. Where is the rest of the media talking about this? Why aren't they talking about this? So that, I think, is kind of important here. And I think it's a critical question that we don't have a clear answer on. And I think we should have a clear answer on it. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's me just understanding that. And like I said, and I didn't mention this before, I mean, we're not even hearing a whole lot about this. This is coming from the Economic Times, okay, which is pretty neutral. And when I say that China is using Pakistan, I'm not kidding. And the reason why Pakistan is more than happy to be the mouthpiece for China, to wield the influence, to transfer the Chinese influence into the Iran-US conflict is because China has also guaranteed to help Pakistan against the Taliban. You can see this. This is how China bought Pakistan. It's not because China likes Pakistan. They don't. It's not because they agree with Pakistan. They don't. But they are willing to use Pakistan because that helps Iran against the United States. And China gets to say, oh, we're not involved. We didn't do anything. If anything, they'll say, oh, no, we're helping try to negotiate between the Taliban and Pakistan. We're trying to end that fight. We have nothing to do, according to China. China will say they have nothing to do with the Iran-US fight. They're not involved. They're staying out of that. No, they're not. Helping Pakistan fight the Taliban in Afghanistan, that is the price for Pakistan being the puppet of China in helping Iran. Again, this isn't difficult to understand. This isn't hard to see. We've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now throughout this process, and I've been telling you guys that Pakistan is China. In this conflict between the U.S. and Iran, Pakistan is China. That is their puppet. That is their ventriloquist dummy speaking for China and China's interests. This is the way they get it done. And I made it very clear last week about how oil and energy is being routed through Pakistan to China, and that's their benefit economically, but also throughout this fight. I think this is very important, and I don't think enough people are paying attention to or even recognize that. Why is Pakistan doing this? Why would Pakistan help Iran? Why would they help China? They're getting paid. And they're getting support in their war. Two great reasons for Pakistan to do this. They're getting direct money and influence. And as you can see here, they're trying to get help in the negotiations. They stacked the deck against Afghanistan. And that's why you see Pakistan involved. Because China has thought this through. All right. By the way, I just got a message about my dog who's right here with me. And I think I'm going to be taking him out a little bit early. It's raining here in New York today. And so he's an older dog. He's 15 years old. So the weather affects him kind of like me. It affects, you talk to anyone who's older, the weather affects your bones. You got arthritis and all that. And so you feel it a little bit worse and makes it harder. And so he wants to go for a walk. I'm probably going to take him in just a few moments so that I can give him his early walk and I can continue to talk to you about some of these things. Matter of fact, you know what? I am going to do that. I'm going to take that moment now. And what I'll do is, in the meantime, so what I will do in the meantime is I'm going to play this piece. Here it is. Come on. There it is. So this is from a conversation I had back in April of 2021. This is before Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, before 5,000 Americans were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. This is before Russia invaded Ukraine because Joe Biden was incredibly weak. And we were talking about issues that were affecting America, in particular at that time, red flag laws, which continue to be a problem throughout the entire country. We were talking about that. I'm going to play that for a moment. This will be for about 45 minutes. Wow, it's way early. Okay. My dog isn't feeling well, so fine. So we will be back at 4:30. 4:30, we'll be back, and we'll talk a little bit more at that time.
texted Stooch.
Stooch? Okay.
I also texted Stooch. He will be joining soon.
All right, guys. So we're up and we are live and it is streaming now. I apologize to everyone watching the video on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, as whatever the internet gods will allow, because technology was giving us difficulties. We've got it resolved, and I think for the patience of the students over at Rutgers University, Gabriel, this is your show. Please start on up.
Thank you. So today we'll have Michael Vasquez, an expert on gun control and red flag laws, speak about how red flag laws are immoral and how their implementation has led to a multitude of negative consequences for communities across America.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I want to welcome everybody there over at Rutgers. It's great to be back with you guys. I was hoping that I would be able, if it weren't for COVID, I'd be there on campus again. Last time I was on campus was about 1990 when I left the school. I got there in 1986. And it's a beautiful campus. You know, the dorms right on the Raritan, the 3 towers, I was in the middle one on the 6th floor. And I was
on Campbell Hall, the one like farthest from like the center of New Brunswick.
Yep. And so
love those river dorms.
Oh, they are the best. And we had all kinds of trouble that I beg of you, don't do anything we did because we were just really bad. A different world, though. But it is good to be back with Rutgers University. So let me mention that I like to do, whenever I speak, and I do speak on these kind of subjects quite a bit. I've been doing this for about 15 years now. And I do like interactivity. I'm going to go through the little bit of the speech first, and then we're going to open it up to all your questions. I hope you have a lot of questions. I know it's an issue that a lot of people have not heard a lot about, and there are some very specific reasons for that. But to let me get started, let me first state that this is not meant to be a definitive legal finding or analysis. What this is meant to start a discussion and spark understanding in what is proposed, intended, and the consequences of red flag laws. Starting from the most recent point, let's start and understand the issue at hand. Red flag laws are also known as ERPOs, or also known as Extreme Risk Protection Orders. Any of those names all mean the same thing. And they are part of a larger issue that's now being called the, quote, common sense gun control policy. But what does that really mean? In March 27th, 2021, New York Times opinion article columnist Frank Bruni noted in the affirmation, quote, gun control is probably the most instantly and widely recognized shorthand for the debate over such laws, and journalism depends on verbal economy. I don't think gun control is the main thing standing in the way of additional measures to protect Americans from gun violence and to diminish the number and near instant availability of guns in a country crazily saturated with them. How we write and talk about any issue that engenders passionate disagreement is, end quote. Now, we can all agree that words are powerful. And by the way, all of this speech is going to be provided to you at mvos.com. It's going to be available at 9:30 p.m. this evening, including all links to sources that I am mentioning. So you'll have a chance to review it later if you wish. But what's even more powerful than words is the meaning of the words, or to be more exact, the commonly understood meanings of words and phrases, which may not be the same thing. So what does the Second Amendment mean? Some would say it refers to the right to hunt, or for the state-approved civilian military ownership, which essentially means the National Guard. Most would say that it allows for American citizens to own non-military firearms, and in some cases military-class firearms, to provide for self-defense from ne'er-do-wells and potentially a government gone rogue. That general meaning is supported by the Supreme Court decision of District of Columbia versus Heller in 2008, and now disputed by the Ninth Circuit Court decision in Young versus Hawaii. And it is not absolute, but very wide-reaching. Coupled with the National Firearms Act of 1934, a civilian can own a machine gun, an actual weapon of the military, an actual assault weapon, but only with a very special and limited federal license. There are potentially 131,952 licensees as of January 2021 per ATF records, with 726,951 machine guns registered as of April 2020. 39,979 of those are found in New Jersey, 3 times the number in New York State. In fact, New Jersey ranks 5th in the nation for machine gun ownership, outdone only by Georgia, Virginia, Texas, and Florida in that ascending order. Now, that may sound like a lot of machine guns. If we were to ascribe to the theory that assault weapons are a danger to American lives, then obviously this huge number of actual assault weapons would be a leading, if not the leading category of homicides in this nation. In fact, there have been 4 known cases of assault weapons used in crimes since 1934. The most recent was in Madison County, Mississippi in 2019, and in that case, 0 people died. To look at the data even more closely, according to the FBI's Crime in the USA 2019 report, which is the most recent full report we have at this moment, 364 people were killed by all types of rifles. That's in comparison to 1,476 knives and cutting weapons. Yes, knives are 4 times as deadly as the so-called assault weapons, often cited by Joe Biden and other gun control advocates. Now, back to meanings. So far we have defined the most popular understanding of the Second Amendment and its relation to law as well as the real world implications. Brief, but established. What else must be defined to have a coherent discussion? What is an assault weapon? While it's a real term denoting weapons used by organized military forces, its common usage is more in line with what Bruni was hoping for, a mischaracterization and a deception to promote a political agenda. Assault rifle is a term created in the 1980s for the purpose of elevating semi-automatic rifles to a more terror-inspiring level. Coined aptly in the land of make-believe, California, the assault rifle conjures images of Rambo or Schwarzenegger in an action film with an endless supply of ammunition to boot. It conflates the concept of firearms with wanton violence for the roughly 50% of Americans that have little or no experience with actual firearms. This delusionary imagery is compounded by flawed articles by news media. A report from the Daily News in 2016 by Gersh Kuntzman is one example. He said, quote, "It felt like a bazooka to me and sounded like a cannon. The explosions, loud like a bomb, gave me a temporary form of PTSD." He was talking about an AR-15. Or perhaps you heard Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee describe her experience in a bungled mix of sensationalism and pure political hype, whose only connection to reality stopped at the name of the firearm in question. She said, I quote, "I held an AR-15 in my hand. I wish I hadn't. It is as heavy as 10 boxes you might be moving, and the bullet that is utilized is a 50 caliber bullet." End quote. This fiction relies entirely on the credibility of the institutions providing this political hype, because it takes about 10 seconds on YouTube to debunk the claims, as there are 10-year-old girls definitively proving these things to be untrue. We addressed this in several video commentaries in the past, but the outright lie persists because news media and elected officials are expected to be authorities and above dishonesty, which is factually inaccurate, especially when they have a political goal in mind. Now, all of this brings us to what is a red flag ERPO, or Extreme Risk Protection Order, law. It is a series of laws based on the 1999 Connecticut creation, and all forms of ERPO laws in the category have these elements in common. A person has a concern about an individual that owns a firearm. That concern is elevated to a warrant to seize property by the government. The victim is not notified until the moment of seizure itself. Due process does not exist until after the punishment has been enacted. No crime is required or generally assumed. The consequences, such as a loss of reputation, income, lifestyle, and children, are never considered nor have any recourse. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Now, red flag laws currently exist in some form in 19 states and Washington, D.C. And all of them contain these exact elements. The bill is in the Senate under S292 by Senator Marco Rubio, and it contains these elements. Red flag laws violate the 2nd, the 4th, the 5th, the 10th, and the 14th Amendments, as well as the due process system in our judicial system. And we've covered this extensively in August 2018 in a report we submitted to the members of the New York State Assembly and to the New York State Legislature, the Senate, and prior to the passage of the red flag legislation in New York State. That 8,000-word report is based on 6 months of interviews, research, FOIA requests, and over 150 qualified sources, including the only 2 studies that have been done on red flag laws to this date. The result is that in New Jersey there have been more than 200 ERPO, or Extreme Risk Protection Order, actions in the first 5 months alone. New York has had at least 624 red flag actions in its first year as of November 2020. At least one of those red flag actions caused the death by suicide of one of the victims here in New York. And New York, like every state thus far, does not keep or report on how many families and children have been impacted by this law. Not one governmental organization in any state or any elected official has responded to my official requests to begin counting since we've made our repeated requests in 2018, 3 years ago. But specifically, we're talking about New Jersey today. So what does the Extreme Risk Protective Order Act of 2018 actually say? As submitted by New Jersey Assemblyman John McKinnon and co-sponsored by Assemblyman Benson in 2018, the original bill was Bill number 1217. And it states, any person may submit an application to the court, and that was changed in the final law. The judge may examine under oath any person seeking the order and any witnesses the person produces. The judge shall consider a recent threat or act of violence by the person, the history of threatened use of physical force, evidence of a recent or ongoing abuse of alcohol by the person, evidence of recent acquisition of other deadly weapons. These are all critical things that I'm going to go over with you in a second to let you understand how broad this really is. In lieu of the required written affidavit making this charge about the red flag action, the judge may take an oral statement under oath. That too was changed in the final law slightly. A gun violence restraining order shall include stating that the person is entitled to submit one written request for a hearing. And if the person violates subsection B of this law, the person is committing a crime in the fourth degree and includes being prohibited to be able to control a firearm. These are all really important things. I want you to understand the consequences of what this is all talking about, because it may sound like gobbledygook. It may not have an impact. I want to explain what we're talking about here. Now, there's much more, and there are some minor changes to the final law, as I mentioned, but let's consider what has been stated. Absolutely anyone, including a troll on social media that despises your personal preferences on a piece of entertainment that they love, a movie that they saw, a song that they heard, can file an ERPO in many states. New Jersey did adjust that to any family member and anyone who's been in your household. That means anyone who's currently or in the past been a member of your household and law enforcement in general. In New York State, it would include teachers, even a temporary badminton coach at a school. The internet is still part of the admissible evidence and or witnesses, which means your tweets, your texts, your Facebook posts, your Instagram posts, your pictures all count against you. Now, that troll can provide witnesses, and they can all make their cases orally. There is no required check on the background of the accuser, nor any of the witnesses that they provide. And this will all be done without ever telling you that this is happening or allow you to defend yourself. So they have an unlimited source of individuals that they can pull from. You're never going to know about it. And these all may be people who have a problem with you or your opinion, say like on Star Wars, whether you think Rey is great or not, which a lot of people had an argument about. Now, this argument you had with the troll, and perhaps you even had this problem in person, maybe they know you, maybe they're part of a club or a group that you're in, is part of the evidence that's being used against you, especially if you happen to suggest that you might... if you happen to do what, like LL Cool J, back in the day, he had a song referencing Mama Said Knock You Out. And if you happen to do that, well, you just made a problem for yourself. If you happen to buy a hammer, nails, a cooking knife, golf clubs, a baseball bat, any of these items, or pretty much anything, a brick, in the last 6 months, it could be a little bit longer, believe it or not, that's also used against you, because that's proof that you just had violent intent. Because every one of those items, a chair, a golf club, a cooking knife, a hammer, they're all violent weapons that have been used to commit murder. Therefore, they are dangerous weapons as defined by New Jersey. If after the argument with the troll, you go out with your friends, and let's say it's a Friday, you've just finished up with your schoolwork or you're done with your job, and you have 4 beers, just 4 beers, guess what? You're now an alcoholic. Worse, if you had 1 shot during that time and you had that, that's even worse for you. And it's massively worse if you've ever had mixed drinks in those 4 hours instead of beers. This is solidifying that you are an alcoholic, which again, according to New Jersey and in general, these are things that are being used against you to verify that you are dangerous to yourself and others. And it's insanely worse if they can show that you've gone out on a Friday and had 4 beers or other drinks ever before. So the first time you do it, that's all it needs. And by the way, your Instagram is being used against you. Your Facebook and Twitter are being used against you to prove that you are, by definition, an alcoholic and are a repeat offender. Now, since you've proven how dangerous you are, and there is no one in this process who is defending you, no one is standing there saying, well, no, that's just a regular Friday. No, they were just going out to play golf. No, they just had an argument about a movie. No one is there to protect you. No one is there to say that you are a good person. The judge is going to decide and err in the side of caution. And they're going to do that because they don't want to get blamed for the next mass shooting that may possibly happen, because they have a political career to consider. So you're going to get notified normally somewhere between 5 and 8 a.m. in the morning by a SWAT team that's going to be banging on your door. Now, I hope that you're not waking up with a hangover, nor should you jump up and think that someone is trying to break into your house. Because God forbid if you did that, that has led to someone's death already in a red flag action. And that's when you're going to be told, at that moment is when you're going to be told that they're coming in, they're going to search your house, they're going to take your property, and anyone else's firearm that may be in that household. And you don't get to do anything about it. What they will do is tell you that, oh, and here's the form you need to go and set up a time to go into court to say that you're actually innocent of what we just did to you. And that's assuming that you can afford a lawyer and the time off from work to actually go in and get this done. Now, mind you, even if you do go in to court, you get a date set up, remember that in the meantime, all of the local media is now reporting exactly what just happened. That you've been, and that means you're going to be barred from schools, you're going to be barred from anywhere that children may be or could possibly be going to. You could be fired from your job, or your business, if you own it, could suffer because it's getting the negative publicity. And we've seen this actually happen real world. This actually does happen. Plus, the troll, the person who started this whole process, is now online and has a legion of followers who are absolutely guaranteed they suddenly believe that you are an evil terrorist, and you must be because the police brought a SWAT team to bust down your door and take your property. Sounds pretty bad. It ain't over. It gets worse. Because I'm going to add two things to this not quite fictional example here, because it's not really fictional. It's happened to people. If you have kids, they must be removed from that home. I want to be very clear on this. This is an absolute direct consequence of every red flag law in every single state, and if it would be passed nationally, would happen nationally as well. And it's very simple. If in every state, children must be taken out of any household that presents a real danger to those children. If they are at risk, they have to be taken out of that household. You just had the government deny you your constitutional rights, and they did that under the guise of you being a danger to yourself and or others. That means those kids are in danger. They must be taken by the state. So you're going to be fighting to get your kids back, as well as your property. As the media tells everyone that you just lost your kids and your property because you are a dangerous person. And let's keep going because it gets a little bit worse. Now imagine that you may be a woman, and let's say that you're attacked by a man who on average is about 6 inches taller, weighs maybe 40 pounds more than you do, and you're going to fight that person off. Good for you. Now let's say that attacker, for some reason, maybe it's someone part of that online legion of people who saw that you are some kind of dangerous person. They see you at school, they see you at work, or going to the movies or going to some public place, and they think, oh my God, you're a dangerous terrorist. You're here to kill everyone. They're going to come up and confront you. And since they know that you've been armed in the past, that's why the police came and took your firearms, they happen to be armed, legally or otherwise. And they're confronting you. Now imagine in that situation that, okay, you get into a scuffle and you, luckily, good for you, you overpower this individual and you take control of that firearm to save your life, to keep this person under control. Guess what? You just broke the law again. Remember I mentioned Section B of the law? You now control a firearm. That is a direct violation of the law, and you are now going to be arrested for defending yourself. Sounds insane. This all sounds crazy. But if you don't believe me, please go and look at the law. As I said, at mvos.com, I have the link to the law itself in its current form. You can read it for yourself and see it's all right there. This is consequences of it. And there are more. I'm just limiting it for time. And these are consequences that are existing in every single red flag law in every state and in the nation as proposed. There is zero consequences, by the way, for anyone who misunderstands what's going on, that they made a mistake. Because if someone says, oh, well, they aren't a danger, if it is proven after the fact, well, that was a mistake. You don't get to do anything about it. You don't get to sue. You don't get to have any damages. It just, okay, eventually we'll give you back your firearms. You can go into the courts and try and get your kids back. Hope the social media wasn't too bad. Hope you didn't lose your job. Hopefully your neighbors didn't label you as some kind of terrorist freak. I hope you're going to be all right. Go on about your life. Thank you very much for participating in this process. That's your recourse in every law. Now, as I said, these aren't the worst parts of the New Jersey or any extreme risk protection order. This in no way, by the way, everything I've just described to you, this in no way stops a criminal from illegally obtaining a firearm in the first place. It in no way stops a person who has criminal intent or mental instability from committing a violent crime. And they can, and remember, these are people who can use, and we have seen, they have used cars, knives. We've seen it in DC on April 2nd of 2021, where a maniac didn't use a knife, he didn't use a gun, he drove his car and killed an officer in Washington, DC. So this law isn't stopping crazy people or those with criminal intent to cause harm. All this is doing, as you can see, is punishing you for exercising your Second Amendment rights. That should be very troubling. I can tell you this as well, because I know President Joe Biden had said a lot of things about ERPOs and red flag laws, and he made you think that, well, this is going to help you somehow, even dealing with people who are committing suicide. And I can tell you that in 3 years of doing research, following this up, talking to various states about this, there is zero evidence. There is no study. There is no report. There is nothing that actually shows that red flag laws stop or reduce violence or suicides. There is no evidence. By the way, if there was, Joe Biden, Jen Psaki, the Biden administration, somebody would have cited that report. It doesn't exist. Someone would have cited that study. It doesn't exist. I've read the studies that do exist. It is no evidence. I've read the FBI reports on crime data. There is nothing that shows any proof. And that's true of any of the 19 states and in DC. So let me add this up. No matter how you want to look at this, red flags are a great slogan, and they use these slogans of protecting you from those who are criminally insane and those who are criminal with intent to protect you. And they tell you that they're going to take care of mental illnesses and people who have suicidal tendencies. But that's all they are. They're slogans. They're ideas that allow them to pass these laws state after state, abusing and using your emotions to get passed. They do violate due process. You've heard me mention it several times. You're not being notified. You don't find out about this until after the fact. You have no protection. No one is there to protect you. So there isn't, and remember, there's, in this entire process, in every example, there is no crime. It doesn't even have to be suggested that there could be a crime. It's just about punishment. And any attempt to provide a semblance of due process, again, only happens after the fact. And these consequences that are happening to you in the meantime, they're irreversible. You're never going to get back your social media accounts and get back the impression, the reputation that you had before. You may not get that job back. You may never get your business back. You may never get your property or your children back. And the damage that's done to all of those may never be able to be stopped. So ERPOs do violate the Declaration of Independence and the amendments, from life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to the 14th Amendment, Section 1, which states, quote, "No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws." But let's speculate. As nothing prior that I've been saying is speculation, it's all derived from the actual laws and data as it has been available to this moment. The one thing that is provided by extreme risk protection orders is power. The power to attack with the full force of the government anyone that is labeled as undesirable. The potential for abuse is both through ignorance and through active will is rampant. It is inconceivable and improbable and factually incorrect that in the tens of thousands of actions since 1999, that there has not been even one case of abuse of these laws. And in fact, there is cases of abuse of these laws. And there is no punitive damage against someone who does abuse these laws. Which leaves me with this final thought, and then I'm going to be opening it up for comments. I want to go to the Blackstone ratio. You may or may not have heard of this before, but it says, quote, "Better than 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer." If that's too ancient and British, then there's, of course, Benjamin Franklin, who says it is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. And if that's too old for anyone, how about this? There's the reappropriated BLM rally call, originally from Malcolm X. You can't separate peace from freedom because no one can be at peace until he has freedom. Extreme risk protection orders and ERPOs and red flags, or whatever you want to call it, do not create more peace. They do not provide more safety. They do not capture or impede the guilty. They never have, nor are they designed to do that. Instead, they will and do make innocents suffer and remove freedom. Mass shootings and gun violence are a problem. This is nowhere near the answer. Let's go to your questions. There should be a few.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
What do you think the chances are of courts shooting down red flag laws as constitutional?
That would have to go to, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. It's already being sued in several different states. That process can take 7 to 10 years on average. And it depends. Now, I mentioned earlier, there was about 3 weeks ago, the Ninth Circuit Court just shot down the Second Amendment. They just decided that you don't have a right to defend yourself from the moment you leave your house until you get back into it. That's with concealed carry, open carry. They literally have said, and this is the first time that it's ever been said by any judicial system, that you don't have a right to protect yourself. So if we're talking about those individuals in a move where we're going to see the packing of the courts, of the Supreme Court, which is now being debated and evaluated, which means it's going to go through. If you see those members of that Ninth Court that are willing to say that you don't have a right to protect yourself outside your home, and they get on the Supreme Court and they're put on in enough numbers to outweigh the conservatives or anyone else, then no, this will never get repealed. This is very possibly something that will permanently affect your life, that you will never have due process again. in this regard. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And next would be Jordan, since he has his hand raised. Actually, it might make more sense for the rest of you who have questions to raise your hand, so please do that as well.
Hello, sir. I just had a question. I wonder if you have any data. You mentioned that most red flag laws allow law enforcement to be the initiator. I'm assuming, like, my gut says that that's the vast majority of them. I was just wondering if you had any data on that, what your thoughts are on the fact that they can now unilaterally take your property and they don't even know you.
I don't have, and I do not recall that anyone has done a study, or again, there's almost no data about red flag laws that have been actually done about red flag laws. There's only two reports, studies that have been done, one at the Duke University, one at the University of Indiana. And they were addressing consequences of who is being affected and also whether or not suicides actually happen. So no one actually has the data that you're speaking about. It is understood that it's about 50-50, where you have, depending on the state, like I said, in New York State, teachers are individuals who can initiate a red flag law. In some states, it could be friends and family members or others outside of that group, people like your coworkers. In New Jersey, it's very specifically anyone who's ever lived in your household at any time. And the definition of who can be in your household, by the way, it seems like, and I don't want to say it absolutely is, but that means that if, say, for Thanksgiving, you go over to your house or your friend or family member's house and you have an argument with someone there because you're watching football, you had a couple of drinks, and you got into a big argument about that, they threatened that they would hurt you. You know they are a gun owner. Because you were in that household throughout that day, it is possible that the court can interpret that as, well, you are a member of that household, even though it was temporary, and therefore you can initiate that ERPO. The law is, that's a problem. The law is so absolutely vague that even that example I'm giving you in several states is absolutely possible, and in most states, and possibly for the national level, quite possible, which should be terrifying for people. And also addressing the fact about police officers, it is absolutely terrifying. Now, whether you like the police or don't like the police, that's an entirely different question. There are a lot of things to consider about that. But imagine that any officer, imagine the abuse that someone could do by either directing an officer and saying, hey, did you see that person just do this? Which gives the officer an exigent cause. He has a probable cause to go and now try and see, well, I was just told by a citizen, let me see what's going on. Hey, that looks weird. Now let me go and get the red flag law action started. Or they are, in many cases, someone else who is either directly or indirectly part of what the law would qualify. They guide them through, literally guide them through the process. In fact, in New Jersey, it's stated that the police will guide you through the exact process to fill out the red flag action forms so that this could go forward. Now, that guidance could take the form of abuse. This is a problem. There are so many levels where abuse can occur and you have no recourse whatsoever. And you don't even know. That's terrifying to me. But thank you. Does that answer that for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the way, just for a quick second, I know, folks, that you're watching and listening to this. I know some of you have some comments. I will address that in a different time. But today I'm just dealing with the questions from the Rutgers students. I want to make sure I get to them and try and give them all our time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question would be, in your opinion, why do you think the Biden administration is so adamant on enforcing red flag laws, or even not just the Biden administration, the Murphy administration here in New Jersey is so adamant on trying to enforce this, that they don't see the contradiction of like the police going into someone's home and getting a, doing a no-knock raid and causing a lot of Breonna Taylors or and so on and so forth. Yet at the same time, they are very supportive of Black Lives Matter and going against police brutality. It seems like to me it's a huge contradiction in the, in the two beliefs of believing in gun control, yet at the same time trying to help out with police brutality.
Well, it's a complicated question because you're now talking about there's a lot of factors in that. Essentially, at the end of the day, all forms of gun control and everything that's being offered about gun control are escalating levels of taking power, of growing the government to become bigger and bigger and to take away more of your power. Thinking of this on a national level, there are 160 to 165 million Americans who own a firearm. It is estimated somewhere between 40 to 55% of Americans own a firearm, 1.2 firearms each, or 393 million firearms. In taking that, imagine that as we see more and more gun control, and we know the ultimate goal. We've heard from former Justice Stevens. We've heard from Beto O'Rourke. We've heard from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They want to take away firearms from American citizens. They have said this multiple times, covered by the furthest left of all news media. All of the major news media have covered them saying this. So that means to be able to take 393 million firearms, or if you're talking about just rifles and other guns, you're talking about tens of millions of rifles as an example, just scaling it down a little bit. Can you imagine the size of government you need to be able to do that? The military force that you would need to be able to do that? Imagine if you just go with the idea of H.R. 127, which is currently in Congress by Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, that would require 165 million people to register every single firearm that they have in existence at this moment, 393 million firearms, and have to tell the government where each and every one of those firearms is located. Do you know the kind of manpower it takes to do that? Can you imagine the size of the government it would have to grow to be able to process that information? By the way, this is also including a national registry that has to be created. So that means you're now on a list as someone who potentially has a firearm. Why would a government need to know you have a firearm, where that firearm is, and why do they need to have such a process that gives you no chance to defend yourself to be able to take that away from you? The answers are nefarious, and I'm not trying to be some kind of conspiracy theorist, but we have seen in real time, in real world, the only times that we have seen these kind of ideas move forward is when we've seen a government that is an oppressive government denying people their rights. I use the example of Venezuela. It's one of the most recent ones. We saw in the space of 4 years, Venezuela went from one of the richest countries in the world that are free, and the people had the right to own firearms to some degree, though not like here in the United States. Then they became a socialist state, they lost their wealth, and they also took away all the firearms from the public. And then 2 years after that, the New York Times reported that the Venezuelan government then killed 5,200 of its own people, and the people are now starving on the streets. Again, the process leads to the same place. It's about how fast it gets there. That's my fear. And that's also why we see that the Second Amendment states shall not be infringed, because our founding fathers had that same fear as well. I believe that's my answer to that, without getting into even further away from the subject at hand today, because there is a lot more about this to be talked about. Does that help answer that for you?
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Who's up next? Is it Timothy?
I guess so. I have a couple of questions if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
So it's either a week or two ago, if I remember correctly, President Biden announced he was going to announced 6 executive actions in regards to gun control, and I haven't had the time to look into that. So what exactly is? So my first question is, what exactly are in those 6 executive actions that's different, or like whatever's going to change? And my second question is in regards to like the courts, whether it's getting like the emergency protection order or like trying to get
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, forgot to reset everything. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is April 5th, one day before my birthday, and it's currently 4:32, so we're back from our break. Thank you for putting up with my 15-year-old dog. Khan loves you like he loves me, and that's a hell of a lot of love, I got to tell you. So, had to walk my dog. Hope you had a chance to run to the bathroom, get something to eat, have a cigarette, walk your dog, whatever you had to do. And I hope you're enjoying Easter today amongst love and family and friends. And it's hopefully not raining too bad. It's raining here in New York City. And it's about, 56 degrees. So warm rain, which is a nice change of pace, so to speak. Now, you were just listening to me talking with students at Rutgers University. I do enjoy when I speak at colleges across this country, and I'm more than willing to speak on many issues, including red flag laws. I am one of the, for a long time, I was one of the top people discussing red flag laws from 2018 until about 2022. I think I was in the top 50 people in the country talking about red flag laws. And I'm happy to talk about that, or living in Moscow, or anything else at any college at any time. Just let me know. I'll be happy to go either by Zoom or in person to any college to talk to any audience about any of the topics that I cover for the last 20 years. That being said, I do want to come back to talking about what's going on with the U.S., what's going on in Pakistan. By the way, breaking news has just come out. Let me bring this up for you. While we were away at the break, there was this news item. There is now, according to the South China Morning Post, Oh, wait a minute. Let me fix the screen here. There we go. Bingo. So, according to the South China Morning Post, which is a credible international news media, and they cover a lot of news on China directly, and of course, Southeast Asia. It's the influence of China on Southeast Asia. There is a there is a tutorial that is being spread around the internet on how to take down an F-35 plane. This is coming from the Chinese government. So for everyone who was saying before I left for the break, and everyone was saying, well, I'm not sure that China is involved in the U.S.-Iran war. For everyone who was saying, Mike, you just don't understand, Pakistan is just trying to be a bunch of good guys. They're just innocent. They're just trying to get peace in the world. No, they are not. China is involved in this. There is a reason why a Chinese engineer is spreading across the internet ways that they believe that they can disable an F-35. There is a reason why they are trying to embolden the Iranian people and other terrorists or other factions that are upset with the United States. There's a reason why that's happening right now, because they are trying to weaken America's position. They're trying to embolden and to support Iran indirectly. Now, they'll say it's just a random Chinese, and it has nothing to do with the Chinese government. Everything has to do with the Chinese government. Remember, the Chinese government is a communist nation. This is not like the United States or another first world nation. These Chinese engineers are directly under the control and supervision of the Chinese government. And the Chinese government hates America. They want to supplant America as the number one superpower in the world. They want to replace us economically as well as militarily. And they want to continue to spread their influence across Southeast Asia, if not even beyond that. And they take their time to do so. So for them to suddenly, at this point in the middle of a conflict, to now suddenly say, hey, there's a Chinese engineer who just happened to find out the specs on an United States F-35 fighter, which a random Chinese engineer will not be able to have. And he has looked through those specs and he's found flaws. That's not impossible, except he would never have the specifics, the specifications to be able to do that, to then describe during a war on how to take those down. That is meant to help Iran. That is meant to help the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, the terrorist puppets of Iran, to be able to better disable U.S. fighters and to inflict more damage on U.S. military forces around the world. This is China's influence. Again, they're not overtly directly helping China Iran, because Iran is hated around the world. They are the largest sponsor of global terror for the last 47 years. Every nation has lost some people to the terrorist activities that Iran trained and helped support. No nation in the world is supporting Iran directly. They just won't do it. They're all happy. And I've said this to a few people who are on the left that speak with me, and they're like, well, Mike, you don't understand. Iran isn't really well loved. They're kind of isolated. That's a lie. They are not well loved. They are not supported. It's the exact opposite. There's a reason why there is minimal pushback against the United States in this war. There may be countries like Keir Starmer in England, who represents the socialist progressive left, and they would love to see the collapse of the United States. They are in the process of trying to collapse the United Kingdom, but they do not support Iran either. So they're kind of caught in a rock and a hard place. They want to see America fall, but they don't want to see Iran become more powerful either. So they're trying to stay out of it. They are restricting their influence, even though the people of the United Kingdom support the United States, they support the destruction of the Ayatollah and his terroristic regime. We see that in France, we see that in Germany, in Italy, throughout the EU. They support what America is doing. They just don't want to be in the middle of it. They don't want to actually have to put their people or their money or their resources into this. They just want to reap the benefits. Again, the Strait of Hormuz is an international problem. This is directly affecting every first and second world nation immediately and long term. This is something that is going to have a dramatic impact, but they don't want to use their people, their resources. They don't want to be seen as bad guys. They'd leave that to America, the cowboys, Donald Trump, who they'll call the radical and crazy, but he's doing what they have wanted to see done for the last 30 years from an American government. They've been praying for some American government, some American president to have the balls to stand up and actually do something. That includes Republicans as well as Democrats. They wanted Bush to do something about this. They've been waiting desperately for some American to step up and to take the Iranian regime out. Now that it's happening, they don't want to have their fingerprints on it. They don't want the blame. This is virtue signaling on an international level with international governments. They don't want to be seen doing the wrong thing, even though it is the thing that everyone wants. Instead, they'll let Donald Trump do it, and they'll stand back and go, well, you can use our base defensively. What do you mean defensively? That's stupid. You know that we're going to use it to attack. And we're going to use it for refueling as well so we can continue to attack. That's crazy. And they especially want it even more now than ever before, because now Europe is still trying to come to terms with the fact that Iran has built ballistic missiles using the money given to them by Barack Obama under the Iran nuclear deal created in 2016 by Barack Obama and confirmed by his then Secretary of State, John Kerry, that helped fuel both the ballistic missile technology and research of Iran, as well as increasing global terror. That money created ballistic missiles that are now capable of hitting London or Berlin, Milan, or Paris. Europe can be struck. And that's something that no one knew before this conflict, or at least no one openly said that they knew this before this conflict. So the United States is once again protecting Europe and most of the world right now. We are helping to bring more peace because the people who didn't even know that they were a target suddenly realized it. The question is, did Iran only make 2 ballistic missiles able to reach London, or do they have 2,000 of them? We don't know. It is believed that there are less of them, that there are more than 2, but less than 2,000 that could be used to attack all of Europe. But we don't know how many, or how many have been destroyed so far, because of the actions of the United States. But we do know that Europe is benefiting once again from the United States being the superpower of the world, doing what no other nation will do because they're too busy sitting in a bunch of conferences trying to figure out how to look good rather than do good. And I think that's an important distinction. And this is the response to that. Because of Joe Biden, the factions of Russia, China, and Iran came together. In 2021, we saw them unify as a faction. They don't like each other. They have never liked each other. Ideologically, they oppose each other. The only thing that they have in common is that they hate the United States more than they hate each other. And so their first target for Russia, for Iran, for China, the first long-term biggest threat to each of them is the United States continuing to be a superpower and successful. and independent. And that's something that they want to drag down to varying degrees. Iran wants to see every American, especially the left, eliminated. And if you don't think you are a target, if you don't realize that the left is more of a target than any other American, remember, in Iran, they take the LGB and they throw them off of buildings. They stone women to death for learning how to read, write, or to show their hair in public. They will stone a woman to death. They will kill a woman for being the victim of a sexual abuse. That's Iran. And now take that law, those are laws in Iran, and take that and look at the American left. Look at the movement on trans, on LGB, on women's rights. Do you think any of that would survive under a greater influence of Iran and their version of radical terroristic Islam? No, it doesn't continue to exist. And this is one of the reasons why every nation in the world wants to see less power and influence from Iran, not more. Not the same and not more. They want to see them have less power. And now you add on to that the fact that they have ballistic missiles and the technology, at the very least, if not the actual missiles, to strike all of Europe. They are threatened because Europe loves the left lean. They love women's rights and trans rights and LGB rights. They are happy to try and promote that as much as possible, the progressive movement, which is antithetical to Iran. Now, China and Russia, they don't want to see America wiped out, but they do want to see us knocked down several pegs. So they will work together. That's why we're seeing China. They know that Iran can't win, but if Iran can take down America a couple of pegs, both in terms of morality, in terms of international support, in terms of economics, well, that's all good for China. That helps China achieve its goals long term. So they're happy to support Iran indirectly so that they don't have to deal with the direct ire of the United States, even though we know it's obvious what they're doing, but it's not something that anyone can literally say, well, you just helped the guys we're fighting, so we can do something to you. There is no justification to retaliate to China itself, even though we see the support coming from China. And again, at the end of the show, you'll be able to see the links for all of the information I'm talking about, and you can read it for yourself, make your own decision. But that's the way I see all of this coming together. Maybe you think I'm wrong. I don't think you do. I don't think most reasonable people do. Trump derangement syndrome is just, it's ridiculous because it doesn't apply in this case at all. You don't have to like Trump. You don't have to like the Trump administration. But what we are seeing right now is far beyond whether or not you personally like Donald Trump. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the future of America and the stability and peace in the world. I don't know how many times I have to say that until it sticks, because I know the rest of the media, the left-leaning media, they're trying to convince you that this is all about Donald Trump. It's not. This isn't about Republican politics. It's not about the 2026 midterm elections. This is about the future of America. We're talking about 2030, 2040, 2050. That's what this is about. It's not about the legacy of Donald Trump directly. It's not about whether or not Donald Trump gets rich or not. He already is. It's about the future of America. And people who keep denying that are doing so because they have a political agenda. And they're not telling you that they have an agenda. They're just saying, well, we're just on the right side of history. No, you have a political agenda that you are trying to promote. That's why you refuse to address these things that are happening. And that's why I'm very concerned about this US F-35 takedown that is being proposed and being put out there to help Iran. This is purely meant as a way to poke the bear that is the United States. It is purely meant to demoralize America, to cost more American lives, to get us closer to the point where Americans are more upset with the people that we've lost than the future goal that they don't see. The average American doesn't see the future that I'm describing. They only see what's happening tomorrow. They're not thinking about what's happening in 5 years or 10 years. That's because we've been trained as a society to only think about what's happening next week, tomorrow, not even next week, tomorrow only, and not to think about the consequences that will happen in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And we see that in American politics for the last 2 decades. All of American politics has been pretty much talking about what happens tomorrow or the next election, not what happens in 5 years. We see that with the results of the red flag laws. We were made a lot of promises, as I was discussing with the Rutgers students in 2021. We were made a lot of promises. We got none of those results, but the government did get bigger. The government did get more powerful, and the Second Amendment was more infringed. Nobody got the American people didn't get any of the things we were promised, but the government and those who have a desire to have more control and power, they won. That's what the red flags have done. And that hasn't changed. So it's a very different way of looking at these situations, I think. And you're not hearing a lot of people talk about those differences. And I'll talk more about that tomorrow, which is my birthday. And I will be doing my birthday marathon, 8 hours of me, 12 hours of me speaking with you on any and every topic you guys could imagine. Whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about movies, comic books, my experiences overseas, living in my military life, living in California, the earthquake there, being a stockbroker, you name it, I'm happy to talk about everything. And I'm going to be raising money for the Jericho Project. For those who are not familiar, the Jericho Project, we were raising money for that last year on my birthday, and again over the Christmas holidays on this channel as well. You may recall, I believe I had this one. Now, you may remember that we were raising money this winter during November and December, and we gave out another $200 to the Jericho Project January 2nd of this year, just before 19 Americans died because of the policies, the homeless policies of Zoran Mandami. Zoran Mandami left the homeless. That's our veterans and families and individuals who had problems in their life that wound up being homeless, and he let them sleep out in the cold, out in the snow, out in the below zero temperatures, under bridges and in the middle of our parks, and 19 people died. A record number of homeless people died, and that's ridiculous, unnecessary. No other Democrat, no other Republican has allowed that to happen in New York City. And it could have been worse. It could have been far, far worse. But your help in helping to donate to the Jericho Project helped to reduce that number. It could have been bigger. And again, tomorrow we will be raising money all day today, all day on Monday. We're going to be raising money, and we're going to try and raise $1,000 in total so that we can make sure that we never see that happen again, that we can help reduce the number of homeless. And you got to wonder, why are there so many homeless people? And I'll talk more about this tomorrow, but why are there so many homeless people in New York, California, and the bluer than blue states? Why do we see this growing? Because it's an industry. It makes money. It makes a lot of money for the government and donors to the Democrats in these states, in these cities. They have a fund. They have to do research. They're always doing a research, trying to understand. They're trying to always count the homeless and trying to understand what are the things that cause. We already know what causes homelessness. We already know what some of the problems are. They haven't changed. Lack of a job, drug addiction, mental issues, often PTSD from the military. These are some of the greatest factors. Not having a job, not having money, not having affordability in housing, having military issues, not having enough proper medication and treatment. These are the causes of homelessness. And it can affect anyone from teenagers to people who are my age and older. It can happen at any time. It happened to me when I was 26. It could happen to you. So we know what the problem is. The government isn't worried about fixing it. We just saw that in New York City alone, we went from spending $102 million on the homeless to nearly $400 million on the homeless, an increase of $300 million in the space of 4 years. 4 years. And Zoran Mandami is going to be spending even more money. Another $100 million on top of that, almost $600 million, roughly about $81,000 per homeless person is going to be spent by the New York City government, the Mandami mayorship. And you have to think about that. $81,000. That is more than half of America makes every year. Half of the American people don't make $81,000 a year. And we're spending that on the issue of homelessness, not on each homeless person, not on literally with that much money, we could take each and every homeless person and put them in an apartment and have them live off of that. They could live in an apartment and be fed for $81,000 for an entire year. And yet we're not fixing the problem. The problem is growing. So it's not a question of money per se. It's how the money is being spent, because the money isn't being spent to help the homeless. Not when it goes through the government. The Mandami government, the Hochul, Kathy Hochul as governor, the Democrats in terms of the state assembly and the state Senate in New York State and in California and in Seattle and Washington State, in Oregon State, in the bluer than blue states, in Chicago, they're not spending the money on the homeless people. They're spending the money on the homeless issue, which fixes nothing. It's bureaucratic red tape that accomplishes nothing. That's why we support the Jericho Project, because it spends money on the people who are in most need, not the bureaucratic red tape, not to a bunch of political donors who get to benefit. No. Jericho Project spends the money on helping people directly. And that's why I raise money for them. That's why I support them. Because it directly helps those who most need the help and doesn't help a bunch of political donors. So that's my reason for why we raise money for the Jericho Project every year on my birthday and throughout the year. That's why we're trying to raise $1,000. It's not a big target. And any amount will help, whether it's $20, whether it's $100. God help me, somebody has an extra $1,000 in this economy, and there are people who have it. Great. Please make the donation. We'll be happy. But that's a little bit more for tomorrow. But again, that's why we're raising money for the Jericho Project. That's what I'm going to be spending my birthday doing. Some people go out and they get drunk, or they have a great party. They have a lot of friends over. They take a vacation to various countries. And I'm not faulting anyone. If that's how you spend your birthday, fantastic. Have a great birthday. I hope you get to enjoy it. You and all your friends. I hope you have a wonderful time. I spend my birthday with you talking about politics, my life and experiences, and raising money for the Jericho Project to help the homeless, veterans, and families that are in need. I hope you'll be able to help. I hope you'll join us, subscribe, drop in for 5 minutes or 5 hours or whatever you wish. Drop $5 and will help raise money. If every single subscriber I have right now were to donate $5 between now and the end of the live stream on Monday, if they were to drop $5 for every single subscriber I have, we would be able to donate well over $5,000 to help the homeless, directly helping the homeless, not bureaucracy, not some plan or some study, to actually help homeless people. The need has never been greater, and the numbers are only increasing. Okay, that being said, let me move on a little bit. So we've been talking a bunch about what's happening in the U.S.-Iran war, and we're talking about the consequences of that U.S.-Iran war, and there are severe, significant consequences. And we've been talking mostly about the geopolitical, the politics of it, how this is what some of the countries are looking to get out of it, like, say, China, why Pakistan is being involved, and what they expect to get out of it. We've been talking a little bit about what Iran wants to see happen out of this, how Europe wants to take advantage of the United States, again, in this conflict. But what we haven't talked about is something that I think is just as important and perhaps just as troubling. And that's something that you're going to see, which is being mentioned by JP Morgan. Come on. There we go. So JP Morgan has once again come out and made a statement. They said this before about 2 weeks ago. They predicted that we would see oil go to $150 a barrel. Now, at the time, 2 weeks ago, you can go back on this show, go back to episode 14. I believe that was the first time, or it may have been 13, the first episode that JP Morgan came out with this prediction, saying that they would see oil spike. And because of that, at the time, oil was trading at about $86 a barrel. As soon as they made that initial statement, JP Morgan, we saw that the price of oil on Sunday, while most markets were closed, the trading of oil spiked to about $100 and then dropped back down that Monday down to about $94. And we've seen the price of oil up and down since that time, depending on statements from Donald Trump, predictions about how long this war or this conflict may continue, the cost of lives, the influence of China and other nations into this. We've seen the prices jump up and down, the Strait of Hormuz being closed off, and how long that may happen. We've seen these prices jump up and down. JP Morgan, 2 days ago, Friday, came out and they said, hey, guess what? The price of oil is going to go to $150 again. So again, they make this same announcement that they made before, that the cost of oil is going to go to $150 if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Duh. First thing to say about that, duh, of course. We all know that part is not a surprise to anyone. Of course, if you restrict 20% of the oil in the world, it's going to increase the amount of demand and reduce the amount of supply. And many nations are already starting to run out of oil. So they're already on a countdown clock. They need the oil. Of course, that's going to spike the cost. It's, again, that short-term temporary inflation, an artificial inflation that is caused by this spike in energy costs that is basically just because of Iran. This never needed to happen, but it did. And people are freaking out because of this. And they're like, oh my God, the price of oil is going to go. Oh my God, it's JP Morgan. They're saying this. This isn't some kind of shocking news. Again, they said this 3 weeks ago. This isn't brand new news. We heard about this at the beginning of the war. This is a restatement of something they said. Why? Because people haven't been freaking out. Because the price of oil hasn't overnight gone back to the levels of 2022 under the Biden-Harris administration, where we hit the peak of gasoline prices in the United States. At the time, and I can show you this, here it is. If you recall, at the time I told you, take at least a week or two for us to reach $4.25 per gallon of gasoline in the United States. It's been 2 weeks. We still haven't hit that target. Now, I know some individual states like New York State, California, where the cost of gasoline is higher than everywhere else in the country. What we've seen in California, in the bluer than blue states that have additional taxes and restrictions on gasoline and oil because of their eco-fanatic ideas, their progressive climate change policies have driven up the cost. And that's been true forever. Gasoline in New York, in California, in Washington State has always been higher than it is anywhere else in the country. Also higher in Hawaii and Alaska. Why? They're remote locations. It's harder to get gasoline to these places. That's just a fact. I mean, you across the Pacific Ocean, you have to go all the way up into the far northwest to reach Alaska, almost back to Russia, in fact, to get to Alaska. It's harder to get it there. So those, taking out Hawaii, take out Alaska, they're isolated. That's a different thing. But the reason why you see Oregon and you see Washington State, New York, California, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, why are they more expensive? Their climate change policies. That's essentially it. That's why you tend to see higher prices in those areas. It's almost always in the bluest of blue states, although not exclusively. Miami, Florida is another example of a red state, and so is Nevada, of where there are some higher prices. But that being said, we're just getting to the $4.25 mark that I predicted would eventually be hit, but it's not a panic. This is something that's taken some time. And when I say, and they say, for the first time in 4 years, national average exceeds $4 a gallon. Well, that's because we exceeded it back in 2022 under the Biden-Harris administration. We reached $5 a gallon average for the United States. That's under Joe Biden. There was no U.S. war. There was no inflationary pressure. The situation was completely different. We had 17% inflation under Joe Biden. We had gas at $5 a gallon under Joe Biden. That's because Bidenomics didn't work. And all of the pundits, all of the economists, they were all telling you how everything was doing great, that Bidenomics was working. You don't remember? Go back. Look at the Inflation Reduction Bill. Look at all of the Bidenomics bills, and you'll hear Joe Biden say, Build Back Better was another one of the Biden bills that were supposed to help the economy, and everything was doing fantastic, except gasoline was $5, eggs were $12, inflation on just in energy, 17%, food prices were up 12.4%. Compare that to now. Yes, the price of gas is $4.11. But think about it. That's after we're having a conflict at this moment. The Strait of Hormuz has been shut down. And even with those two major critical factors affecting energy around the globe and inflation going up artificially at this moment, America is looking at about 3.8% inflation. That's about 2 points higher than expected, 2 points higher than average. We have food prices are up about 2.4%. That's nothing. Again, under the Biden administration, without the United States being involved in any military conflict, we had food prices up 12.4%. Right now, they're up about 2.4%. But we're being told now, under the Trump administration, that means that it's the end of the U.S. economy. Under the Biden administration, where everything was 5 times worse, we were told everything was beautiful and fine. I'm not telling you got to love Donald Trump, Republicans, or MAGA. I am telling you something's wrong with the reporting that you're getting because the math doesn't make sense. We had less cause for inflation under Joe Biden, and we had worse pricing, worse inflation, worse economic situation than we do now in the middle of a conflict that has gone badly in terms of oil and energy for the world. That doesn't make sense unless you were being lied to. I don't see another way to answer that. We've been lied to. And I just want to point that out for you. Again, not to say that it's perfect, but I'm trying to give you perspective on this. Now, I do see we have a comment that came in from Hal. Hal, thank you for leaving a comment. I always enjoy hearing what you have to say. Hal says, dated Brent crude, say that 3 times fast, folks. Dated Brent crude oil price is around 141, nearing a record high. Okay. And that's not unusual. We expected that. In fact, as I said, about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, we told you that that was realistic, considering that we are in a war in the Middle East and the amount of oil production would go down. I'm not disputing that Morgan Stanley, I'm not saying they were wrong. I'm saying that it isn't nearly the panic situation that much in the news media would want it to be. And the reason why Morgan Stanley made that statement 3 weeks ago was because they wanted to spike the price of oil. It helps for their day traders, their commodities traders. They've been making a ton of money for the last 2 weeks based on the volatility in the oil market. And they're going to continue to make more money because of the volatility by saying the exact same thing that they said 2 weeks ago. They're saying again today. Why? More volatility. Volatility that isn't necessarily reflected in the actual supply and demand of oil at this moment. And that means that once this stabilizes, and it will stabilize very soon, you will see the prices drop down. It's going to drop down because we don't have the same economic pressures like we did in 2022, where we had 17% inflation. So it made sense that the price of oil would be more expensive, even though there was more oil available in the world than, well, not more than now, but there was no restriction at that time. Now there is. And we still, yes, or the barrel of oil may hit a brand new high. And that's because of emotion. That's because of trading. That will normalize, that will go down. I'm just telling people not to panic. I'm not disputing the numbers. They are the numbers they are. And they will go a little bit higher. It is a conflict. It does affect a global commodity. And we should take that into account. And we should also realize that means we're probably closer to the end of the conflict than we are at the beginning. Because this is directly going to affect the amount of food in the world. And no one's talking about that right now. But I want people to be prepared. Same thing that we were speaking about. Remember back in February of 2020, February 2022? We were talking about stockpiling food because the amount of food in the world would be reduced by the Ukraine conflict, and the amount of food in the world today is 30% less food than in 2019. That is a fact. That has been consistent. And if you were listening to this channel back in February of 2022, you were stockpiling food for a couple of months before we started seeing the price of food escalate, as I mentioned, under the Biden administration by 12%, and you would have saved money and had food available. Well, let me tell everyone again at this moment, with the price of oil as high as it is, assuming that this war, this conflict is able to end by the end of April, that is going to affect some of the farming globally. A lot of countries will not have enough oil for their farmers to go and plant the crops that we need for this next year. That means there is going to be an additional food shortage on top of the Ukraine war that has stabilized at about 35% less food than in 2019. That's going to become that's stable at this moment. Then add probably another 10, possibly 15% less food in 2027. That's because we have to grow the food. They have to plant it. They have to grow it. They have to collect it. There's less oil, less energy available in the world, or it's more expensive, which would result in the same outcome. Less food will be grown and collected and able to be distributed around the world. And it's going to cost a little bit more. So you would expect to see that the amount of food globally available will be about 10 or 15% less than what it was last year in 2025. So there will be an additional restriction, which means about 35, 37% less food in the world than 2019. Stockpile now. Start setting your reserves. Buy a little bit more rice. Buy some more grain, some more beans. Buy longer lasting foods. Plant some potatoes. Plant some tomatoes. Prepare yourself because the price will go up. I'm telling you now. It's something that we should have probably been saying at the start of the war. I didn't think of it, to be fair. I wasn't thinking forward that far. I realized it would be a 3 to 6 month conflict, and I didn't think it all the way through to consider the international consequences in terms of global food production. But I've been thinking about it. And so I want to make sure people are aware. It's going to get more expensive. There is no way around that. The price of food is going to go up about 15, 20% globally, not necessarily in the United States. The United States will be affected less than almost all countries around the world. We will see about a 7 to 10% increase in the price of food short term. But that's because America is self-sufficient. We make a lot of our own food. We don't have to rely on, most of the foods we rely on are exotics like avocados. Do you need avocado toast? No, you can live on toast. We make plenty of wheat and we make plenty of butter. You don't need avocado toast. Now, do the iPhone wearing progressives want their avocado toast? Absolutely, they do. And it's going to cost them 25 to 50 cents more for those avocados than it has been costing. Is that a big deal? No, not in America. But at the same time, if you happen to live in Mauritania, if you happen to be living in Mogadishu or Mozambique, if you happen to live in Laos or in Tibet, it's going to be way more expensive for food, way more expensive for the third world and for many of the second world nations. Be prepared. That's all I'm saying. Just be prepared. We have an international audience. I know 100 different countries people in 100 different countries watch this program. So I'm telling you, if you happen to be outside of the United States, you're probably going to see a very steep increase in the cost of foods. Prepare. Start buying now. Just stockpile what you can and buy foods that last a long time, like rice, like grains, things that you can, flour, so you can make your own bread, things that will be able to have staple foods that will be able to sustain you for a longer period of time until this can correct, which, if I am correct, means 2028, not 2027, 2028 would be when we would see this correction, because we still have to we'll have to go through the winter of 2027 and start planting food in 2028 to then grow those crops and collect them in the fall of 2028. So 2027, excuse me. I'm trying to get my years correct. So next year, we plant and grab that. And so in 2028, that food will be available. You're looking until then. So we've got a year and a half of elevated and restricted foods. Less food available, higher prices for most of the world, not so much the United States, absolutely for the second and third world nations. Just to let them know. No one else is talking about it because no one else is thinking about it. Thank you, Hal, for bringing that up and reminding me that I need to talk about this. Thank you very much for that. But no one is talking about it. You're not hearing CNN. You're not hearing Morgan Stanley. You're not hearing anyone else come out and tell you the consequences long term that you can do something about because they don't care. Morgan Stanley's talking about how to make money. They're talking to the traders and the international powers in the world. They're talking to nations and to very rich, the accredited investors in the world. They're not talking to mom and pop. You're not hearing CNN talk to mom and pop about this. I am. That's why I'm letting you know now how to prepare for the next 18 months. You can doubt me and you will pay more for food. You can do what I'm saying. And if I am wrong, if the war ends, if the conflict ends tomorrow, and we have all the oil we need for all of the fuel, for all of the plants and farms, fantastic. Everyone's okay. And guess what? You have some extra food. You can donate it to a food bank. You can help the homeless with it. Your family can have bigger meals. You can give it away. So it's not a lose-lose. This is a win-win for everyone. If you have extra and you can give it out, fantastic. And if you don't, now your family's been protected. This is why I'm talking about it. That's why CNN, MSNBC, they're not talking about it yet. They will be after it's too late. Mm-hmm. And so that's one of the things. So I wanted to get that out and talk about that. And thank you again, Hal, for helping me remember that that's something we should have talked about. But let's talk about something completely different. Let's talk about U.S. Let's address that a little bit. And what do we have going on? Well, here in the U.S., we have people who are, they're so obsessed with their Trump derangement syndrome. They're so obsessed with saying MAGA is bad, the Republicans are bad. They're so obsessed in trying to virtue signal and to alter the 2026 election to make sure that Republicans lose as much as possible. They aren't looking at the reality of what is happening right in front of their face. They have absolute denial going on. We've seen this over in Minnesota, when it comes to the Somali daycare fraud. Something that the news media were trying to protect the Somalis and to protect the Democrats that allowed billions of dollars of fraud to take place. And when these billions go out, remember, that means that somebody who has a legitimate need for daycare is being denied because the money's already been used. That money was already given to fraudsters who got themselves rich. They bought houses and cars, took luxury vacations, and sent the money to terrorists in Somalia. That money's gone. It never comes back. And so that was ignored for years because Tim Walz is a Democrat, because they were trying to make sure that Minnesota would vote Democrat in the 2024 election. They were trying to make sure that they would capture that state. They weren't worried about actually fixing the problem. And as I said on this program this year, as we were seeing how deep and how pervasive the problem was in Minnesota and how easy it was for the fraudsters to do this. All they had to do is when they got caught, they said, if you do anything, we're going to scream racism. That's it. That was the answer for all of the fraudsters. We'll say it's racist. How dare you stop it? And the left, their response was, okay, give them all the money. Give them all the money. And that was a problem because every single criminal organization in the country turned around and said, oh, we can copy that. We can do this. All we need to do is have a couple of dark-skinned people, some women involved in the corporation, and they can just say, if you say anything, it's sexist, it's racist, how dare you? And the Democrats will run away because they're afraid of losing votes. They're afraid of losing power. And if we want to really sweeten the deal, then we just donate to those Democrats with those stolen fraud monies. That's all they have to do. And they can win. Every single state, we saw this copied and copied. And I said at the beginning of this year, every single state needs to have an investigation of their healthcare departments, that we need to look for anything that reflects the symptoms we saw out of Minnesota. Any state that has similar types of fraud in their healthcare, their Medicare systems needs to be identified. And so we can root this out, because if it was done in Minnesota, it's being done everywhere, especially and primarily in the bluer than blue states, because they are the most susceptible to the claim of you're being a racist, you're being a sexist, because they love to virtue signal, and virtue signaling controls their life. Here we are today. Now we are seeing that there is a crackdown. We have identified that in California, especially in LA, Los Angeles, there is rampant abuse of the healthcare system. Hospice care has been through the roof in terms of fraud. We saw, what was it, a week ago, I showed you that CBS identified something like 87 hospice care businesses in one building. And 70 of those businesses, according to CBS News, were identified, red flagged, as being frauds, committing acts of fraud, all in one building. And CBS News knew about this for years. These investigations have been going on for years, and nothing was done because Democrat government in a Democrat state, because they didn't want to be called racist or sexist. And now we're finding even more fraud, this, again, in the hospice care industry. And there have been 221 cases of potential fraud that have been identified that are being acted on by the Trump administration, because the Gavin Newsom California government won't do anything about it. They know that these cases exist and they leave them alone, because they need to virtue signal more than they have to protect the people. And they don't care that the money is being wasted. They don't care that your money that you worked hard for is being thrown out a window and burned, that is being given away to criminals. In fact, here is an example of that. This is, and you can go to Twitter yourself. This is an individual, James Tate, father of 3 kids, fantastic. I have no problem with James. I'm not picking on James, but he identifies the problem. He realizes the problem we have in America right now. So James is saying, who is proud that hospices are being cut? There's something wrong with that. He thinks there's a problem that we are identifying fraud. And he's upset because of the Trump administration. He's upset that Donald Trump and his administration have identified this and that they're cutting this out. And I don't understand it. So Dr. Oz, who's working with the Trump administration, says there's 221 cases of fraud that happened in hospices, which matches up with what we've seen being reported by CBS. And yes, Nick Shirley, an independent news agency, he also pointed that out. No surprise. I get that. But the fact is, the fraud is happening, and it is directly styled after the Minnesota fraud, because that was successful. And now that we know what to look for, we are seeing it, and we're seeing it in its enormity. It is enormous. And this is just in California. That's just in recent months. The problem is bigger than just LA. We haven't even looked at what's happening in San Francisco, San Diego, Fresno. What about the rest of California? It's enormous, rampant. So I had to leave a comment. If the hospice in question is corrupt and a fraud is siphoning away money from those who are in need, in actual true need, why do you want to keep funding it? Just because it's a hospice? Just because it's in California? Just because Gavin Newsom is the governor? It makes no sense. The fact is, we should be cutting the care to those fraud agencies. The fact that they happen to be targeted in hospice means nothing. That's not the important fact. That's not the important point. It wouldn't matter if it was a daycare or if it's hospice care or if it's anything else. We know that some of these cases involve individuals who have been directly involved. Doctors, nurses have been doing this. We have individuals who are 60s. There's a woman who's in jail. This was highlighted by Ted Cruz. One case of a woman, 67 years old. She's in jail and she opened up an illegal hospice care while in jail, which was all a fraud. Individuals were being paid approximately $300 to $600 per person to use their name for the roles to say that they were getting terminal hospice care, and it's not true. Some of these cases, you had individuals. Now, the survival rate, long-term survival, hospice care is usually someone who's terminal. They are at the end of their life. They are dying. And so that's what hospice care helps to give them a dignified end to their life. Only about 15 on average across the nation, only about 15% of the people who are in hospice care are in long-term hospice care. That's multiple years. That because maybe their cancer or whatever disease, whatever was afflicting them, goes into some kind of remission. That person recovers or they stabilize and they're able to continue to live for multiple years. Only about 15% of people who get hospice care become part of that 15%. In California, some of these businesses have identified 85% of their hospice care individuals are identified as having continued long-term service. That's 5 times more than any other state, the national average, and anywhere in the state. 5 times as much. That's not an anomaly. That's an abuse. That is a flag flaring in your face saying, abuse, abuse. Someone is abusing the system. And this guy's upset because it's on Fox News, because you don't see it on CNN. You don't see it on the mainstream news media because they're trying to protect Gavin Newsom. They're trying to protect the Democrats, just like they did in Minnesota. They protected Tim Walz for years and kept this out of the national news. It isn't that people didn't know it was happening. It's not that it wasn't on local news. It was kept out of the national eye to protect Democrats in their elections. Same thing's happening in California. Gavin Newsom is being protected because he wants to run for president in 2028, because Democrats are trying to win in the 2026 midterm elections, because Democrats already look bad and they want to be protected. And that's why you're not hearing the full story. You're not supposed to think this through. This guy, James Tate, is a wonderful example of somebody who isn't thinking about this, because he's been trained not to. He's been told the right is the bad guy. Republicans and MAGA and Donald Trump, they're all the bad guys. Dr. Oz is a bad guy because he works with the Trump administration. He's not thinking about the fact that, hey, wait a minute, that's not true. That's not correct. The problem is far, far, far bigger than Donald Trump. It's not about TDS. It's about the abuse. The abuse that came from Minnesota and is now infected the rest of our nation. And we're seeing that in Ohio. We're seeing that in Massachusetts. We're seeing it in New York State. And I wish there would be bigger investigations. And I again call for every single state, red or blue, should have these investigations. to identify this pattern of fraud. And regardless of whether it's being done by black people or white people, Russians or Angolans, it doesn't matter where they come from or which population of people that they are supposedly helping. It doesn't matter their color of skin, their gender, or their gender preferences. It's a matter of making sure that if we see an escalation where they go from $100,000 in funding, and in a year they go to $10 million in public funding, they have to do one or the other. It's just that simple. Hang on a minute, folks. I have a question here in my family. I gotta just speak to my family for 1 second. All right, folks. I just need to address something. I need another 45 minutes. Okay. Not a problem. What I will do, I apologize. Just need another little bit of time. So we will go back to, I will go back to the conversation with Rutgers University and the red flag laws. I will be back. We're not done with the show. There's a bit more that we want to cover before we end and we get to the, and I get ready for tomorrow and the birthday milestone. So let me play this again for you guys and I'll be back very, very soon.
Your guns back. I'm just curious, is that process done in front of a judge or is that done in front of a jury?
Okay. So let me, in Joe Biden's speech and the executive orders that he's put out, I want to first mention this isn't new. Let me make this very clear. Everything you've heard about gun control recently this year is everything that's been said about gun control for the last 40 to 50 years. Every law that they're trying to pass is a variation on a law that already exists. And the only thing that's different today than in the past is the expansion of the growth of government and the power of government over you and how much less right that you have. Because the same mantra is, and the summation of it is, you need less and less firearms. You have less of a right to the Second Amendment. Joe Biden specifically was focused on two major issues, which is one, ghost guns, which are a non-issue. It is a non-existent issue. It sounds terrifying. It scares people. It sounds scary. Ghost gun. What's that? Oh my, must be bad. No, it's not. Ghost guns are guns that you can make at your home, which is, by the way, legal. You can legally make a firearm in your home. You can do that. You can't give it to anyone else. You can't trade it, but you can do that. It is legal. Here's the bigger question. These ghost guns, which would also be any firearm that doesn't have a serial number on it, which many criminals remove the serial number so that firearm can't be traced. That's a ghost gun. It is also a gun that is made from a kit. And when Joe Biden is talking about ghost guns, I want you to understand the scope of the problem he's talking about. It was 2019, the last time it was reported, I believe, by the ATF, that there were 291 ghost guns acquired throughout the entire nation in all of the actions of the ATF. This isn't a problem. We're talking about something that has about 300 firearms in the nation. And they weren't being used. They were just acquired as the ATF was collecting other guns. There is no data, and it is such an insignificant problem, the FBI does not even count that as something, as a category to be counted on. It's not real, but it sounds scary. And then the other major issue he talked about is the ERPOs. And he didn't talk about any of the consequences of it. But as I mentioned, he did say that, well, it's going to make you safer, which there is no data for that. And I can tell you, it's real simple. Easiest way I can disprove that. Go to the FBI Crime in the USA report. for 2019. Or you look at it in 2020 if you want as well. And compare that to 2018, 2017, go back as far as you want. Is there still gun crime that is happening? Yes. Is there violent gun crime that is happening? Yes. Are there mass shootings happening in America and in the states that have red flag laws? Yes. In fact, Colorado, which just had a mass shooting, has a red flag law in place already. Joe Biden seemed to forget that when he was telling the nation you're going to be safer. They have a red flag law. It didn't stop the crazed criminal. Red flag laws don't work. They're inefficient. They're not there to protect you because they don't target the criminal. They target you, the legal law-abiding citizen, 99.994 of all legal gun owners. So that's one of the things. And I want people to check this out because it was 2 years ago that Colorado passed the red flag law. It didn't work. Why is it going to work on a national level? It's the same law. Why is it going to work any differently? Because Joe Biden said it? I mean, come on. Like criminals care about that. The second part of your question, sorry, I kind of lost myself a little bit there. You mentioned, can you say that again? The second part?
So you were talking about like with the courts, with the ERPOs, and then and with acquiring with
the judges,
getting your custody is it in front of a judge or a jury.
The ERPO process, red flag, extreme risk protection order, does happen in front of a judge. Again, so in the most simple way, person X goes into a police station and they petition the court. There's a form they fill out and say, I think Timothy is a danger to himself and or the public. That will be seen by a judge. The judge will say, okay, can you tell me why you think Timothy is a problem? That person's going to give whatever their reason is. It may be in an affidavit, but usually is given in oral form. They're going to say, okay, do you have any proof? Well, he bought, and in pretty much every state, they have this absolutely generic definition of what is a dangerous weapon. That's your car, a chair, a knife, a baseball bat. It's anything that has ever been used to kill someone ever before. That is a dangerous weapon. Normally the time frame, and it can vary in various states, but normally they go and you could have bought this 6 months ago, and that qualifies. Is there anything else that can make us think that this person is dangerous? So they have this weapon and you have this concern. What else could have happened? Well, I got in an argument with them. They threatened me. These things have happened, whether it's online, in person, ex-wife, ex-girlfriend, ex-lover, they all count. And if they're upset, that's still valid. Even if they're just angry at you, no one checks, no one asks about that. That's not important. Throughout the entire process, you are never defended. There is no one there to say, hang on, let's check this information out. Let's get some more data. Let's protect you. Let's hear from your side. So it is done in front of a judge, and that's where you hear all of the advocates like Joe Biden and others who say, well, this is why extreme risk protection orders are good. This is why red flags are good, because there's due process, because there's a judge and he has to say yes. That's not due process. There is actually 12 steps. There are 12 steps to providing due process in the American justice system. It involves, red flags involve none of them, because you are being punished for a non-crime prior to ever going in and being able to defend yourself. That is not due process. That's retroactive justice. That's retroactive process. It's after the fact. So yes, judges are involved, and in terms of the children, that's handled by the Child Protective Services. When I say that, and I want to be clear, when I say that this is a consequence in every state has a Child Protective Services. In every state, that mandate is to protect that child from dangers in the home. This is an absolute. I have checked with over a dozen lawyers. I've talked to people in multiple states. I've talked to elected officials. I've talked to candidates. I've actually spoken to lawmakers who voted for the red flag laws and presented this question to them. Is it possible the state will take the child if a red flag action happens in that home because CPS is mandated to do so, because that home is now identified as a danger? Their answer in every single case, in every single state, in every part of government I have asked, and every lawyer, is yes. And no one talks about it. No one wants to tell you that. And when you ask the Child Protective Services of every single state, not one of them will tell you any of the data. It is not recorded. It is not needed to be recorded. And no one is willing to even try and give you an estimate. They will not talk about this. It is hands off. It is one of the most firewalled pieces of information in this nation that I've seen in quite some time. You're never going to find out about it. So to say that a judge is involved doesn't make it better. It just makes it different. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so, and then just a final follow-up with that. What about like trying to obtain, like reobtain your firearms? How is that process done?
Well, that process is a little different in several states. There's two ways that you can receive your weapon back. So in general, these one of the reasons why red flag laws are, quote, legal is because they're considered temporary. They last approximately a year at a time, a year to 18 months, depending on which state you're talking about. And you have usually at least one opportunity to go into court to try and defend yourself. If you win, if you get into the court at some point within that year, most states try and do it within 72 days, but it could be within that first year. You go in and you actually do this and try and defend yourself. If it is found in your favor, about half the states have a regulation in there saying that the police must give you back your firearm or its value. Although not every state has that rule. Some states will never give you anything. You just walk out and you can go buy a new gun, but you won't be able to get the one you had before. That there is no process in the law to get you back that firearm. But in many states, they do, but they have a loophole in there where you're not necessarily getting back your firearm because that can be destroyed by many police departments and is sometimes required to be destroyed by various police departments. You'll get its value instead, which is very upsetting. The other way that you get the firearm back, or are supposed to, is at the end of that period. Say the year is up. And here's another part of the red flag laws a lot of people don't talk about. Thank you for bringing this up. It's 1 year. At that moment, in many states, it is the judge can just automatically reinstate the red flag action for virtually no reason whatsoever. They can just make it happen. That you're just going to extend it for another year. And they can keep doing that ad infinitum. So in that year's time, if you got on Facebook, Twitter, social media, and you were upset about a law that was coming out, a movie that happened, whatever, you got in an argument with someone, and you said anything that could have been considered a threat, if you said that in someone's person, live with the person, like the example with Thanksgiving, that red flag law can be continued ad infinitum, year after year after year. That's it. But assuming that that year goes up and it has expired and it has not been renewed, which doesn't happen in my experience, in the data that I've seen, it's almost always renewed, then what happens is you go back to the default of, depending on the state and the exact wording, you're either getting your money or eventually, even in states where they're going to give you back your firearm, it can take 6 months. I've heard people who've gone through this process, it's taken them 6 months to get a firearm back, if at all. Sometimes it's taken a little bit longer because the laws are just inexact, and police departments don't have the services to store these things. So it's an inefficient system all the way around. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ava, you're up next. We've been waiting patiently, so thank you for that.
Thank you all for Thank you for all for taking time here. I love this. I love answering your questions.
Yeah, first of all, you've been incredibly informative and educated, at least myself. I didn't know much about red flag laws before today, except for the bare minimum. So I appreciate you speaking for us, and thank you for that. So my question is that obviously the rationale or the goal behind red flag laws would be to, prevent somebody who is a legal firearm owner or has no previous violent criminal record and preventing them from getting a firearm, to prevent them from suddenly becoming violent and prevent a violent occurrence from happening. So my question, I guess, becomes, is there any type of alternative to kind of appease that fear, if any, without infringing on our constitutional rights?
That's a really good question, but please excuse me when I say it's based on a bad premise. And let me explain what I mean by that. How do you prevent anyone from doing anything? Can I prevent you from wearing blue jeans tomorrow? I'm being serious. I can't. No one can. To say that we have no way of knowing what a person will do to cause a crime, to take violent action, or when they have a mental breakdown. There's no way to know that. So the law is based on a premise that we can do something that we can't do. You can't predict that. You don't know. It can't even stop people from committing suicide. Based on, I believe it was the Duke University study, maybe Indiana, they found that 60% of the time that someone had the gun removed from them, that person within 9 to 18 months committed suicide anyway through a different means. Another 40% of the people were still questionable and either depressed or seeking treatment. So it doesn't really stop anyone. So when they say that it's there to prevent someone from doing a crime, you can't. If someone wanted to harm you, they'll pick up a rock and they'll hit you with it. They'll drive a car. They use box cutters. I mean, we all remember 9/11. So you can't prevent it, but it's a good excuse. It sounds really good. Now, that's not to say that I believe that there shouldn't be gun control. I think there should be. I think we do have to make sure that violent criminals don't get a firearm. I think those who are mentally unstable, as educated by the law, the courts, should not get a firearm. But we already have a process for that. We already have laws in place. Everything that is being suggested already exists in some form. The only thing that's changing here is the government is gaining more power. We already have rules and regulations to deny those who are legally identified as being mentally unstable from being able to have a firearm. Those who have broken the law with violent crimes, felons, cannot have a firearm legally. We already have these things in place. Domestic abuse, if you have been found to have violent domestic abuse, you're not allowed to get a firearm. So we have things in place. We're not using these laws effectively. We're not implementing the rules and regulations. There are 22,000 gun control laws in America at this time. We have them. We're not implementing all of them properly, and therefore people are getting through the cracks, and a lot of the problems are honestly with mental illness, not with the firearm. The firearm is the end product. It is the last part of the puzzle of this person. And I've said this before about mass shootings. The problem with mass shootings isn't the shooting. The problem is what makes some person decide that their only option in life is to go out and to kill innocent people. If we can answer that problem, if we can address that issue, we will be safer. But saying, oh, but I took away his gun, you didn't take away his root reason for deciding that he needed to go and harm innocent individuals. Therefore, you haven't fixed anything. You just changed the means of delivery of this violence, of this mental instability. And that's something we need to correct. So I think if we're addressing that issue, I think that, and if we're enforcing the laws that exist, as an example, and I'm only using it because it's been in the news lately, Hunter Biden broke a bunch of laws as an example. he lied on his firearms application. And he disposed, or allowed to be disposed, of his firearm right next to a school with young kids. These are crimes, federal crimes. He should be prosecuted as the example of our government being serious. They're not, which means the government isn't being serious because people are being treated differently. The laws are not being applied equally, which means the laws don't apply at all. And we're not focusing on the root problem. In Hunter Biden's case, at the time, the man was addicted to crack, severely addicted to crack. That is his underlying problem. Deal with that, and he becomes a much more sociable, reasonable, responsible adult. There's one thing to fix. But if we're not addressing that underlying problem, you're never going to be safer. That doesn't mean you should be afraid. Let me say it again. There are 393 million guns in America. 5 million people got guns for the first time last year. We own 46% of all firearms in the world. And you've lived to the age of 18, 19, 20. I'm 53. You know what? We're not dying overnight. The firearms are not deadly. 99.994% of firearm owners in the United States are perfectly law-abiding. There are only 14,000 homicides with firearms in the United States. Most of those, approximately 8,000 a year on average, are because of gang violence. There's only 6,000 cases outside of that normally in each year, according to FBI data. So you shouldn't be afraid. You should be aware. You should defend yourself, but you shouldn't be fearful. And our elected officials should be focused on the root cause and determining what that is and fixing that, not trying to punish you because they don't like the way the firearm you own looks. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. I agree 100%. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Oh, we got a lot of people now. I love it. I love it. I do love answering questions. Who's up?
I think it's my turn.
Okay, Zach.
Have there been other countries that have had systems similar to the red flag laws that are being proposed? And if so, like, what have the effects in those other countries been?
No. And that's because most countries in the world, actually all countries in the world, don't have a Second Amendment. We have the most free expression of self-defense in the world. So other countries, in almost all countries, people aren't allowed to have a firearm ever. Now, there's some people, there are anti-gun advocates, anti-Second Amendment advocates out there who want to pose this illusion that if we get rid of the firearms, then you're going to be safe. Nothing will happen. That is a lie. I'll give you a great example. In January 2020, reported by BBC, the BBC News, London had more knife murders than New York City had gun murders. That's not something that is incidental. That happens a lot. They have a huge number of knife attacks. As I mentioned to you earlier when I was going through the speech, in the FBI data, rifles, which seem to be the evil implement of the day, because handguns actually are the thing that actually do most crimes with, but rifles, which are really, really evil, are 1/4 as deadly as knives. And that's true not just this year, it's true every year if you go back into the data and you look at it. We see this on a consistent basis. So to say that not having firearms is going to make you safe is a lie. In the countries that don't have the freedom of firearms, criminals still use firearms. There are still mass shootings. Another misconception that is said that the United States is the only place in the world that has mass shootings. That is a lie. That is an absolute lie. We depending on the source that you use, we're somewhere around 56 in the world in terms of mass shootings. In fact, Professor James Allen Fox out of Northeastern University had done a study 4 years ago on the last 40 years of mass shootings in the United States. And the fact is, every year, on average, we have approximately 20 mass shootings per year. About 100 people die in those mass shootings in total every year. That is true every year in the last 40 years, which means 1 year will be up, 1 year will be down. But on average, that is always the trend. That has always been true. It is also true that gun violence overall is down from the 1990s. We are actually safer now than we were in the 1990s, including from mass shootings and school shootings, respectively. The thing that's changed is we have social media and we have a 24-hour news media cycle that can amp this up more to terrify people more, and politicians and other political organizations that can use this for their advantage to get people to do something emotionally that they wouldn't do if they paid attention to the data, which is my conclusion on that. So that's something important to understand. But to say, are there other countries? No, they don't really have red flag laws because they don't really have a Second Amendment, but they still have gun violence. They still have mass shootings. Does that answer that for you?
Yeah, thank you. I thought that since red flag laws go against the Second Amendment, maybe not having a Second Amendment would mean that you have red flag laws.
No, it means that you have total repression of self-defense.
Yeah.
You have no right to
Gotcha.
self-defense.
Gotcha.
Who's next? Is it Samir, Gabriel, Matthew?
I'll go next.
Okay.
So one argument I've heard against red flag laws
Mhm.
is that since it negatively impacts people with a history of mental health, red flag laws disincentivize people with a mental health history who also own a gun to seek mental health help. So if someone is starting to feel depressed and they happen to own a gun, would you agree with that statement that they often are less likely to seek mental health help because of the fear of getting red flag law?
Absolutely. It's a question that's been asked in many states, and many people have come out and said that, although there isn't an official study on that. Again, there's no real studies on red flag laws, and I believe that's because no one wants to admit they're ineffective. But we do know that in many cases, many times, people who are gun owners won't get medication of any sort because it potentially could flag you to lose your license and your ability to own a firearm. If you are temporarily depressed, if you have an accident, various types of accidents or surgeries could cause you to have to take medication that alters your mental state. And because you have an altered mental state, now you are legally disallowed to be able to effectively own those firearms, and so they're removed from you. And we do know people actively refuse to get treatment because of that. So it is a problem on that end, and it doesn't answer and it doesn't stop the problem where, again, I'm using Hunter Biden as the example because it's very public and it was recent, but it doesn't stop there are other people who just lie and say, oh, do you have a mental instability? No. Well, Hunter Biden said he didn't use crack, even though he had already been arrested for it, as I recall, and he had been in treatment for it already. It's public information, and yet he lied. No one used the system that's there. He passed his background check, so please don't tell me background checks. When people say, oh, background checks work. No, they don't. He passed his background check because he lied and because the system is inefficient, and he got a firearm, even though he legally should not have been able to do so. So it's not I really want to throw out that idea that, well, this is protecting you because it's stopping people who are mentally unstable. It doesn't. And if anything, it may, to some degree, cause more people who are mentally unstable, who are treatably unstable, to not seek treatment. And that's a problem, because that creates another potential cause of harm rather than resolve it, because they're not looking at this properly. And by the way, just so you all know, I've had these discussions with elected officials in several states. I've had this conversation with different states, and they don't care. Quite honestly, most of the officials, the majority of officials, don't care enough to try and stop this or to change the laws to make them more efficient. They have no interest in it. Does that answer that, though?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. By the way, guys, if I'm not answering your question completely, or you think I missed something in that, or it raises another question, please hit me with it, because I want to make sure I'm giving you information to work with, and I want to make sure I'm answering the questions you're giving. I'm not dodging anything. So go ahead, Matthew. Or is it me?
Yes. We're both twins, so this is Mina. So
okay.
Why do you think a lot of Republicans are like willing to defend the Second Amendment, but side with Democrats on red flag laws? For example, like someone like Dan Crenshaw, who supported the red flag laws. I don't know when he did this, but why did they want to support the red flag laws with Democrats?
Well, Dan Crenshaw is one individual. As I mentioned, the bill, and by the way, if you notice, they never like to tell you the bill numbers. They never like to show you where the bill is so you can read it for yourself, which is why if you go to the mvos.com, you will see this speech and you will see the link to the actual bill for New Jersey so that you can read it for yourself and to make sure that I did not misrepresent anything they said. Why are these politicians doing this, though? Why does the news media not tell you the truth, tell you all the information, call out these politicians for sometimes being duplicitous, flip-flopping on it, like Kirsten Gillibrand has flip-flopped on gun control? Or why do they back these ideas, Dan Crenshaw, and S292 in the Senate currently, which is a bill by Marco Rubio, also a Republican? Because it gets them votes. Because it's popular with the news media. Because they're going to get donations from Democrats and Democratic causes to support this, because they want these bills passed. I wish it was more difficult. And I don't want to discount several of these politicians also believe that without knowing any other consequences, without knowing any other data, when they're being presented this, they believe what's being presented. I can tell you that there are very few people who've written an 8,000-word report on red flags from 1999 to today that goes over some of the consequences I've talked with you today. I can tell you that it is still a shocking bit of information for most politicians when I tell them, hey, and I pose to them the question, does this take away children from families? They look at me and they go, what do you mean? And then when I explain what every state has in terms of their child protective services in each state and how this affects them, they suddenly go, I never knew that. Oh, you didn't know that. Did you know that a man in Oneonta, New York, was accused of a red flag action because he got in an argument with a former employee? And in that heated argument, which was between the two of them, they were both going back and forth, he mentioned that he would kill her. He was a known gun owner. She then caused a red flag action against him. This was in 2019. No, it was 2020. And she got the red flag action against him for the man in Oneonta. It destroyed the news. Okay, so we are back. Sorry for that. Yeah, families just hello, hello, Gracie. Glad that you are here. I hope your family is having a good meal. I hope they're enjoying Easter together. I see that we got John Solak. John Solak's with us April 5th for Two or Us. Thank you. Glad to see you here. See, I got an early birthday message from John. Ah, that's it. Okay. Thank you, John, for letting me know about your birthday and everyone being back with us. Thank you for everyone who stayed with us for the program. I wasn't expecting to be on this long. Okay. So I was talking about what's happening, the disconnect in reference to what we're seeing, Trump derangement syndrome in California, in New York, Ohio, Massachusetts, in Illinois, that excuses the fraud that's been going on. And the mere fact that the Trump administration, Dr. Oz in this case, we were talking about California and the hospice care fraud, people were like, well, it's not that bad. It's okay because, Donald Trump. Dr. Oz is with Donald Trump. No, we shut down the hospice care that have the fraud. It's just that simple. And anything else is just derangement. It's just insanity. And we should point it out for what it is. Now, I also wanted to address, let's see, bear with me. I also want to address something else, which I think is kind of important, and I'll go into it more tomorrow. But as many people on the program are aware, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, KBJ, is my least favorite Supreme Court justice ever. I mean, ever. And it's not because she's a liberal justice. I mean, I had a lot of respect for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I didn't agree with all of her decisions, but I had a lot of respect for her. She knew what she was talking about. She was a very good Supreme Court justice. Even when I think that she got some of the cases wrong, I respected her opinion and her reasoning, her logic behind it. And I think that's true of a lot of people, that they look at Supreme Court justices and not everyone's super familiar with the legal system and the laws that are that we see some of these cases come out and they're referencing different court trials, different legislation. Not everyone's familiar with all of it. But if you are, and if you do follow that, some justices are far better than others. That's just a fact. Scalia is a great example of a very good Supreme Court justice. Whether you like his decisions or not, his reasoning is always immaculate. That's true. Alito, Supreme Court Justice Alito, another one, whose reasoning, excellent. His case law, his understanding of the law, impeccable. You may not agree with all of his decisions, but there's no question about it. Thurgood Marshall, another great Supreme Court justice. May not agree with him, but his reasoning, his logic, his understanding, without question. Now, when it comes to Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's none of that. She's not astounding. The only thing astounding about her as a Supreme Court justice is that she's a Supreme Court justice. She is an activist. She is a DEI hire. We know this for a fact. It is not even a question. She is, by definition, a DEI hire. Ketanji Brown Jackson was picked because she's Black, a woman, a Democrat, an activist, all at the same time. And that she was younger than everyone else. We know from back when CNN, when she was being picked, and Joe Biden said he would only pick a Black woman. We already knew she's DEI. That's exclusionary. That's a filter. You can never say she was the best choice. She wasn't. And we know CNN, I think at the time I covered it. In fact, I do know I covered it. CNN had 11 other Supreme justices who had more time on the bench, had fewer reversals, were far more respected amongst the judiciary, and they were just too old. Ketanji was hired literally, specifically for the fact that she was young, relatively young. She's Black, a woman, and a Democrat, and in particular, an activist. And we have seen that in decision after decision that she has made. And it's astounding how stupid some of her decisions have been. One of the more recent decisions that I think are absolutely mind-boggling and shows that this is why you should never hire based on DEI. This is Justice Jackson, and she's talking about birthright citizenship. Now, most individuals who follow the law, who follow these court cases, Donald Trump has been trying to take away birthright citizenship. That if you are born on American soil, then you become an American citizen at birth. Now, that's part of the 14th Amendment. There are some stipulations to that. Now, if you happen to be a diplomat from a different country, so you're in, I don't know, Botswana, and you're a diplomat in Botswana, and if you and your wife come to the United States and she's pregnant and she gives birth on American soil, your child doesn't become an American citizen. They still remain a citizen of Botswana. Why? Because you're a diplomat. So birthright citizenship does not apply. And there are other individuals like Native American Indians. They are, by birth, not American citizens. They're still Native American Indians. They are separate. And so birthright citizenship doesn't automatically apply to them. And there are other cases on this in addition. But overwhelmingly, the majority of people who are born on American soil are considered American citizens since the 14th Amendment, which was a reaction to slavery. Now, again, there are differences there. The slaves in America, they were brought here. They were descendants of other slaves that were brought to America against their will. They had no capability to go back to their people, and their people no longer were their people. I mean, they're a generation or two separated from them. They're no longer connected to Africa. In America, slavery is something that we only think of from the 1800s, even though slavery exists today. There are more slaves in the world today than there were in the 1860s when America had its Civil War. That's just a fact. So we have to stop thinking of slavery as something from the Civil War. It is a current world thing. The nice way of saying slavery is human trafficking. That is the new modern feel-good way of saying slavery. So human trafficking, sex trafficking, child trafficking, that's all slavery. And that is rampant in the world, and it does exist in America to this day. That's true. But birthright citizenship is a tricky question. And we're trying to address it because, one, under the Biden-Harris administration and many Democrats and progressives, they believe in open borders. And that open border of the 4 years of the Biden-Harris term brought in 8 million illegal aliens, many of them seeking out a way to have children. Many of those people instantly, they were couples or they became couples to have children in America on American soil, or they tried to get hooked up with American citizens so that they could get a child so that they would have an anchor to American citizenship. Their child is here in America and they're going to stay with their child. Now the choice is, well, take your child with you to your country and your child is still an American citizen, but you got to go because you're an illegal alien. So the question is, do we stop them from becoming American citizens in the first place? Which would be a simple answer. And it takes away the difficulty of having to deal with children, which makes things very complicated. People get very emotional and they're very empathetic to a pregnant mom, a mom with a very young child, family with children. They become very empathetic and say, no, we should take care of them, even though we can't afford it. It's just a fact. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. We can't afford it. But we have the empathy for that. So Donald Trump wants to say, no, if you are not an American citizen, you don't get birthright citizenship. If at least one of your parents isn't an American citizen, and preferably both of them being American citizens, then you don't get to be born as an American citizen. You're still something else. And part of the argument is, well, you become whatever your parents were. So if your parents came from Australia, you would be an Australian. You'd be in America, but you'd still be an Australian because your parents illegally came into America and they are Australians. So you become what your parents are in the simplest way. Ketanji Brown Jackson doesn't agree. She believes that, well, it's hard to explain what she believes. Let me play this so you can hear what she says herself. And I'm also going to put on the caption so you can read it as well. But this is what she says.
I was thinking about this, and I think there are various sources that say this, that you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes.
Okay. So you have allegiance to the country you were born in. The word allegiance is a very critical term that I think Justice Jackson uses very, very badly. And I think it's important. Let's stop right now and let's look that up because I think it's important. And the definition that we're talking about, this is from the Law Dictionary. This is the legal definition of allegiance. Allegiance is meant by the obligation of fidelity and obedience which the individual owes to the government under which he or she lives or is sovereign in return for the protection they receive. So, I'm in America. You're born in America. You owe allegiance to America because America protects you. Our laws, our legal system, our military is built on protecting the citizen, and you have rights under the American system that you're born with that are inherent because the American government backs that up. So you owe the American government for recognizing your rights. If you go to England, you have different rights. And you have a different allegiance. You owe allegiance to the monarch, the king, and the queen, because they protect you as a UK citizen. Same thing in France. Name the country. That's true. Okay. And you obey the laws of your country because you owe allegiance to them. You obey the laws because those laws are there to protect you. Now, going on, it says it may be an absolute and permanent obligation, as in you're in your home country and you're there forever, or it may be a qualified and temporary one. This is important. If you go to a foreign country, you must obey the laws of that country. You have allegiance to the laws. You are law abiding. That's what allegiance means when you go to another country. When you are visiting a country, you obey that country's laws, not because they're your laws, but because that's the law of the land. You are being obedient to those laws. So if you are in, I don't know, you're in England or Europe, you drive on the left side of the road. In England, you drive on the left side of the road, not the right side of the road. Now, is that because of anything? You owe allegiance, that you obey the laws of England, which are not the same as in the United States. We drive on the right side of the road. They drive on the left side. When we're in England, we drive on the left side. When British people come to America, they drive on the right side. That's because you're obeying the laws. That's temporary allegiance. You are abiding by the laws of a foreign country because you are visiting that country. That doesn't make you a citizen of that country. Just because you obey the laws doesn't make you a citizen. That's temporary allegiance. I'm there, therefore I follow the law. Brittany Griner, the basketball player, she got arrested in Russia because she was smoking marijuana. She brought marijuana, drugs, into Russia. That is a crime in Russia. And she was using it in Russia. That's a crime in Russia. She admitted to the crime of importing drugs into Russia. Would she have gotten in trouble in the United States? No. Brittany Griner, according to American law, she didn't break the law. According to Russian law, she did. She got arrested, she got convicted, and she had a jail sentence because she broke the law. She did not have allegiance to the law temporarily. She didn't obey it. And that was correct. She was correctly and justly arrested and thrown in jail because she broke the law while she visited Russia. Has nothing to do with Putin, has nothing to do with Donald Trump or Joe Biden. It has nothing to do with any president. That is just the legal system. You go to a country, you follow their laws. That is allegiance, temporary allegiance to the law. I hope I made that clear because Justice Jackson doesn't make it clear. She is very confused in what she is saying here. Okay? So let me go back a little bit, and I want to hear that again. True. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to switch this over. There we go. So let me go back again. Come on. Play, play, play. Now it's delayed. Go on.
That you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes.
And that is true unless you give up your American citizenship. If you give up your American citizenship, you no longer have allegiance, permanent allegiance to the United States. And you are no longer protected by the government, the laws, and the systems of the United States. Because even when you go overseas, when you make a trip, you went to, I don't know, you took a vacation, you went to Paris, you go to Japan, you go to anywhere in the world, you have the protections of your permanent allegiance, your nation that you're a citizen of, your citizenship is still with you and protects you. So Brittany Griner went to jail in Russia for breaking the laws of Russia, but she was still protected to an extent by being an American citizen. In fact, that's why Joe Biden could make a deal with Russia to take her out of prison before her sentence was up, because her allegiance was to America and the American system. And the American system, with all of its power and influence, was able to take her out of prison, which she was correctly tried for. She was a criminal. She was duly sentenced by the laws of Russia, and she was supposed to spend years in jail in Russia, and that was correct. And it was because of her American citizenship, her allegiance to America, that the American government protected her from spending years in a Russian jail, even though she was guilty. America didn't have to do that, but America could do that because she had allegiance to America and not to Russia. Or think of it as citizenship. She had American citizenship, not Russian citizenship. So America could take her, could protect her and get her out of jail, even though she was guilty. And in Russia, she is still considered a convict or an ex-con. She is a criminal, a convicted criminal in Russia. So I hope that makes that more clear. Okay.
But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And
again, you have local allegiance, temporary allegiance. You are visiting that country. You abide by the laws and the government system in that foreign country because it's their land, it's their sovereignty, it's their procedure. So you owe the respect of that country to follow the law. And when you don't, then you get punished. It's like the nuisance streamers. And I know Hard Lens Media, Kit Cabello talks about this a lot. There's several nuisance streamers that are in trouble. They're going to prison in Korea because of breaking the laws. They broke the local allegiance. An American went over to South Korea. They broke South Korean law, and America could go and get them. We're not. Now, that's because they broke local law and they're being punished by the local law. They have local sovereignty, temporary sovereignty. And because they broke those laws, they are punished. Now, just because some of the nuisance streamers they've been arrested, they've gone to trial, they're going to jail. That doesn't make them a citizen of South Korea. Brittany Griner did not become a citizen of Russia. Just because she broke the law and went to jail doesn't make her a citizen of Russia, nor the nuisance streamers citizens of South Korea. They're still Americans. Their allegiance still remains with America. Their citizenship still remains with America. Okay, let's keep going.
I was thinking, I, a U.S. citizen, am visiting Japan. And what it means is that, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan.
What the hell? She's already gone off the rails. This is about birthright citizenship. It is about the right to whether or not you are a citizen of a country, whether you're sovereign in that country. That's the argument that this is all about. This is about citizenship. Who is recognized? What is an illegal alien? What are their rights? What is a born American citizen? That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about people who temporarily have an allegiance to one country or another country. Very different subject. So she suddenly says, I'm on a vacation. I went to Japan, like Brittany Griner went to Russia. Okay, you're still an American citizen. And you go and you break the law in that company. In this example, you stole someone's, I don't know why she came up with this. This makes no sense. So you're an American citizen, steal someone's wallet in Japan. You've committed a crime in Japan. Okay, you're still an American citizen. You're just on foreign soil. Okay, go on.
The Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can.
Yes, they can arrest you and they can prosecute you. And we've seen this done. Brittany Griner, the nuisance streamers in South Korea. I know I'm repeating this, but I want to make sure it's clear because the Supreme Court justice seems not to understand this.
And they control you as a matter of law. I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary traveler, I'm just on vacation in Japan, I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense.
Okay, so that argument that we just heard by Justice Jackson is supposed to explain that if you are an illegal alien and you come into America, your child becomes an American citizen. It doesn't make sense. It is idiotic. It is one of the most stupid arguments I've ever heard. It doesn't make sense in any way, shape, or form. She's out of her mind. And I don't get it. I don't get it. How she comes up with this argument. Again, and I'm trying to make this make sense to everyone else. Brittany Griner did not become a Russian citizen when she broke Russian law. The nuisance streamers in South Korea don't become South Korean citizens when they break the law. They are held accountable, but they are not citizens. If you break the law in America, you don't become an American citizen. period. So if you broke the law entering into America, your kids don't get to benefit from that crime. That's one of the other things that we have as a law in America. Criminals cannot benefit from their crimes. So you break the law entering into America, you have a child with non-American citizens on American soil. That child doesn't get to benefit from your crime, and that child doesn't get to become an American citizen because you are visiting. You are not a citizen of America. You don't have allegiance to America. And you can't have allegiance to America because you broke the law. You're not obeying the local allegiance, the law, following the law. Since you're not obeying the law, you don't even have local allegiance or respect for the system at hand. You are just a criminal from another country. That is the argument. Ketanji Brown Jackson is an idiot. She is an activist trying to find some way to support open borders. That's what we're listening to. That's what I just showed you. That was an activist trying to keep open borders. That was an activist trying to say that anyone and everyone can become an American citizen at any moment so long as they touch American soil, which destroys America. It destroys America. We cannot have a country. The laws of America do not apply. It just breaks everything. We financially can't afford it, and we legally can't afford it. Morally, we can't afford it. As a structure of society, we can't absorb it. We can't function. It is insanity. And Ketanji Brown Jackson thinks that this is the smartest thing. And there's a lot of people who are like, I don't understand what the hell she's talking about because it makes no sense. There are conversations everywhere. She's likening, this is coming from MSN, and her argument stirred up a huge debate because it should, likening a tourist's legal accountability in Japan after stealing a wallet to the concept of being a citizen. It makes no sense. But the left is trying to find a way to make it sense. And then when you say she is a DEI hire and she is an activist, they get mad at me and say, well, Mike, you just hate black women. No, I don't. She's just stupid. She is just unqualified. I can't even say stupid. She's unqualified. She is actively, and no, I was right. She is stupid. She knows the law and she is trying to ignore it on purpose. She is actively ignoring the law and the consequences of the law. And she's trying to forgive breaking the law. That makes her stupid. She's not ignorant. She knows the law. She knows the consequences. She knows the legal arguments. And she's trying to make others believe that there's a different consequence to the actions that are being taken. That is stupid. And she is stupid and an activist. And that is not good for the Supreme Court. That is not good for the justice system in America. This is insanity. And I can't believe this. It just blows my mind because it makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. Hang on one second, folks. But let's, you know what? Maybe I got it wrong. Let's see some of the comments out there. What are people saying? So Gracie says, couldn't Biden have found a more qualified black female judge for SCOTUS? He did. He had 11 other choices. All of them had been on the bench at least twice as long. They were federal judges at least twice as long. Ketanji Brown Jackson was a federal level judge for about 18 months before she became a Supreme Court justice. The next least qualified Supreme Court justice had over 4 years of being a federal judge who was black, a woman, and was a Democrat, had 4 years and had fewer reversals. In 18 months, Ketanji Brown Jackson had 4 reversals of her decisions in a court were overturned 4 times. 4 times in 18 months. And then she became a Supreme Court justice. So there were more qualified people, more qualified women that were black that Biden could have picked. The problem was that all of them were in their 60s or older. That means they would have less time being on the Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson was the youngest of all of the choices. So their question was, do we pick someone who's qualified and older, but they won't be a Supreme Court justice for more than about 15 years? Or we could pick Ketanji Brown Jackson, and she could be on the bench for 25 years. They get an extra 10 years because she was younger. And they picked her because she was younger, so they get more time on the bench just in case Republicans win elections down the road. They would be able to have more time, more security, more progressives on the Supreme Court for a longer period of time. That's the math that Joe Biden made. So yes, there were more qualified people. They just didn't pick them. Let's see. We got a comment from user has been banned. She is a DEI hire. Clone Clarence Thomas and replace her. I would love if you could clone Clarence Thomas. I think he's a great justice. I think he's done a great job. But again, they were looking for female and black and Democrat and activist and young. And you can't get that with Clarence Thomas. You're not going to get all those things. So that's why they picked her instead. And I do agree that Clarence Thomas is a genius. He's fantastic. He has a brilliant mind, but that's not what they were looking for. We got users been banned says, not sure if she's playing the fool or if she is one. She's just to be fair to Ketanji Brown Jackson. It's not that she's not ignorant. She is a legal scholar. That's true. She is knowledgeable in the law. She did qualify to be a federal judge. She went to law school. She was an attorney. She moved up the ranks. She has qualifications. She knows what she's arguing. The thing is, she knows that the argument she's making is not based in law. It's based on politics. It's based on her political identity. So it's not correct. But that's the difference between the two. She knows better. Hang on one moment. So yes, so I think that's incredible to me, and I think that Ketanji Brown Jackson is doing damage to America with her decisions and the way she's making her decisions. It's not based in law. It makes no sense. Just like her example makes no sense. At any level, it makes no sense. And again, I'm using real world examples of what she was trying to describe, which I think Brittany Griner is the best example of it. Something that everyone remembers, because that is exactly what she said. Oh, well, if you went to Japan and made a crime, well, then I would have local allegiance. And that means that I have some right to be a citizen. No, you don't. And we saw that with Brittany Griner. She did not become a Russian citizen. She didn't have the potential to become a Russian citizen. She just had the penalties. And that means that if you're in America, again, I have to say, that means using her logic, then if you are an illegal alien and you come to America and then you have a child, your child does not become an American citizen. She's actually proving the opposite of the position she is taking. She is trying to justify illegal aliens getting a path to citizenship through their children. And no, they don't get that. She's actually proving the exact opposite, that they have no right. And this is the real world. It's not the hypothetical legal academia. This is the real world. And in the real world, you don't get additional rights. You don't get a reward of citizenship. I think she's out of her mind. So is she a fool? No. Is she playing a fool? No. She thinks she's being smart. She thinks she's finding a loophole to justify birthright citizenship for illegal aliens. She thinks she's justifying why we can have open borders, why borders don't matter. And anyone can become an American citizen if they want to, if they feel like it. That's what she thinks she's justified, because she's looking at it through the lens of an activist and not a judge. She's looking at it through the lens of a progressive with a political agenda and not someone who is looking at the law and its meaning. So I tried to make that as clear as I possibly can for everyone. Because if you're just listening to the case, most people are not going to get it. It doesn't make sense. The way that they're talking about allegiance, and when they mean citizenship, when they're talking about obedience, when they mean following the local law, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you think of it as Brittany Griner and her situation, then it suddenly makes all sense. It's all clear. And that's the example. And somehow she thinks using an example just like Brittany Griner gets you the exact opposite result of what actually the real world happens. It's stupid. It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. But yet this is what we have in our Supreme Court. And it's very, very, very upsetting. Let me see here. Perhaps I should speak a little bit about Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi for just a moment. And I'll explain. Excuse me. Pam Bondi lost her job. I am not surprised. I've said for a while now, for a couple of months, that Pam Bondi was going to lose her job. In fact, I thought she would lose her job first. I thought she would be the first one to lose her job. She wasn't. Should she have been? Probably. Now, there's a lot of things that people will say is why Pam Bondi lost her job. And CNN put together a huge list and said, well, there's all these different things that she didn't quite get them right. The real answer, the one and only true answer of why Pam Bondi lost her job is right there. It's been highlighted, okay? It's because of the Epstein files. Pam Bondi screwed up the Epstein files. And that's why she got fired. Nothing else. That's the exact reason. Where is it? I thought I had it here. Matter of Weeks. President's agenda. Where is it? I just had it on my screen and I just lost it. So CNN's trying to give you a lot of different reasons. There it is. They're trying to give you all kinds of excuses about why she didn't get a whole bunch of. She was decent as a attorney general for the United States. It's a big job, bigger than I think she was really ready for. And Pam Bondi, her biggest mistake is she was playing politics on some of the biggest issues facing America. And she screwed up because her job isn't to play politics. That's what the entire rest of the White House is for. That's what all the other pundits out there are for, to play the politics based on her doing her job. Pam Bondi screwed up. She was trying to shield the White House. She was trying to protect Republicans. She was trying to soften the blow for the American economy and our allies overseas. She didn't want to embarrass England, and because Prince Andrew was over at Epstein Island consistently and apparently was diddling with the kids. That's a problem. She was trying to protect everyone and anyone. No, the answer was, in dealing with the Epstein files, it's real simple. All she had to do was release the documents, double check that she had the documents, and then release the documents. That's it. That's what Donald Trump asked her to do. That's what she was authorized to do. We didn't need to go to Congress for it. And as much as the Democrats want to try and say, oh my God, look at how there's a cover-up, there isn't one. The reality is that Donald Trump, from the jump, said release the files, and Pam Bondi failed. That is a problem. And because she failed, then came all the conspiracies. And that's why she got fired, because she never actually ended the conspiracies. She only added to them. Every failure she had with the e-files only made it worse, only made it seem like more and more is being covered up. And the Democrats, who are trying to dodge the e-files as much as they could to hide all of their people like Hakeem Jeffries, like Bill Clinton, while they're so busy trying to hide all of their people who are deeply entrenched with Epstein, it gave them fodder to say, no, but it's Donald Trump, and there's a cover-up going on. I don't think there was a cover-up at first. Bondi screwed up, and that's why she got fired. I think it's just that simple, no more, no less than that. All right. So we've been on for a while. I've got to get ready. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I will be doing my live stream. Again, let me show you this so you guys know. 8 a.m. until 8 p.m., I will be on doing a live stream, answering any and every question you might have. We're trying to raise $1,000 for the Jericho Project, and I know we can do it. I mean, if everybody who's a subscriber only donated $5, we'd easily hit that number. But what we're going to do is I'm going to end the show here. I got to get ready for tomorrow. All of your questions, line them up. Doesn't matter what subject it is. Doesn't matter what topic it is. Just let me know, and I will answer it all for you. We're going to have several guests that will be joining us throughout the day. And so that should be kind of interesting for you guys as well. I look forward to it. I look forward to speaking to all of you. Thank you in advance for spending part of my birthday with me tomorrow. Guys, I will see you again very, very soon.